Hey everybody, we're back with the rest of Metal Gear Solid 2. I forget when we did the tanker section, but we're going to be doing the plant today. All of it. Hey Amanda. Put this around. Yeah, I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Favorite song in the series, right here. Fantastic. That's good. That's good. Alright, this one is gonna be a long one. I'm gonna estimate like maybe 6 hours or so. I'm gonna load this straight into the plant. Yes I can, awesome. Jansen, how you doing buddy? Radar type 2. I'm not bad.
Snake, do you remember the
Not
safety
bad.
of
I'm
that tanker 2 years ago?
ready for a long stream. We're gonna do all the tanker, all the plant today.
Crew barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare.
All of it.
It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
It's gonna be long. The main reason why I split Metal Gear Solid into 2 parts. It splits kind of cleanly with Tanker and Plant, but Plant is way longer than Tanker.
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group and they have the big shell under complete control.
The truly awkward thing, though, is... gameplay-wise, this is like 2.5 hours, if that.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA.
If anything, I'm going to be doing less gameplay than I usually do in one of these streams.
demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
Yeah, I've said before, like,
Unless
people
the
will
demands are met,
accuse the
terrorists intend
series
to blow the Big Shell
of
out
having
the
too
water.
much cutscene to
And the crew will
gameplay
ignite, turning
ratio.
Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
It really
That's
started
like
with
the worst case
MGS2.
scenario. If the chloride's being used to
MGS1
decontaminate
isn't too bad about it, it
seawater
really
oil,
started with 2.
toxins containing
3
catastrophic
gets a
levels
little
of
worse
dioxin
with
will
it,
be
but 3 has a lot of
released. In other
gameplay.
words, the Bay's ecosystem will
4
be
is
wiped out,
undeniably
and
the
sea will turn
worst.
into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental
And I think,
disaster
like, the
in
criticism of
history.
that with 4 is why Peace Walker, and especially 5, kind of backsteps hard the other way in having very little story, especially 5.
And safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone
This whole
else
opening
beside
sequence
me
is
that
weird
wants to get
because they're
in the
trying
alley.
to make you
That's
think you're
not
playing as
possible.
Solid Snake,
What about
and
SEAL
Quentin
Team
Flynn
10?
is doing his
They
best
landed
David
on the
Hayter
roof of the
impression,
Big Shell as planned.
but it's also
By the
very
way,
clearly not David
We're
Hayter.
changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary
And when they
mercenary.
decide, no, you're going to be called
Okay,
Raiden now,
we'll
Quentin
skip
Flynn just
that
immediately
part.
drops it.
Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the back button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you
Not
hear
yet,
that
Clem.
noise, press the back button.
Not
the
yet.
codec's receiver directly stimulates the small
How you
bones
doing,
of your
Clem?
ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Limity.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
Use the elevator, you moron.
There's an elevator at the far end of that area.
I'm doing okay.
Use that.
Sounds good.
Getting set in for a long stream.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far
I was just saying a minute ago, it's like, while they call him Snake, they really try to, like, Quentin Flynn tries to do a David Hayter impression, but it's very clearly not Snake.
Data about damage to different regions
And
of
then,
the body,
like,
including
immediately
blood
when
loss,
Colonel
is
says,
exchanged between the
yeah,
suit
you're not going to be
and
called
the
Snake
intravenous
anymore, we're calling you
nanosuit to create
Raiden.
a
It
feedback
just
system.
drops the
There's a
impression
lot of
completely.
pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
I debated busting out the
hatch
camera
with a
again,
circular
but the
handle
big problem
will
with
open
Metal
into the
Gear Solid,
elevator
with this
area.
being in
Locate the
widescreen
hatch
because we're doing the
first.
HD version,
Copy that.
there's not a
Moving
good
on to
place to put the
main
camera
mission
because all four
objectives.
corners of the screen are used. So that's one of the main reasons we're not using the cam today. Alright, let's do this. I like Metal Gear Solid 2. It plays a lot better than the first game does. Which isn't a complaint against the first game. The first game basically brought this entire idea to 3D. 2 just really refines it and is so much better for that. let's get going. We got a bunch of cutscenes to see. See what that door says on it.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades...
A little different from
all those
5.56s and
is
pineapples.
Russian-made.
Must be a Gurlukovich man.
Lukovich.
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a
Aren't
band
they
of
basically,
mercenaries,
yeah, the mercenaries?
an
What do you
army
mean,
without
made a deal?
country.
Have you thought they were hired to do a job? You know, like mercenaries do? It's interesting. Metal Gear 2... Is that supposed to be Sons of Patriots or Guns of Patriots? Huh. Not sure I've ever noticed that before. Yeah, it did look more like a G than an S. Possibly the original name for this game? Who knows?
There's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold.
That doesn't
Whoever
sound
it is,
like Solid
he's got
Snake.
some
Solid
skills.
Snake would have just
We
snuck
need
past
to get
them
an
all.
ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh,
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities.
I had an
network.
idea once of,
Pull up
like,
the map of the structure.
because I aim to make a
That will let
lot
you
of
activate
my
the
Metal Gear Solid
Soliton
playthroughs
radar.
the
non-lethal.
Soliton radar?
Not even as a challenge run, just because
That radar
non-lethal,
came
with the
in
way
useful
tranks work in this
during
game,
VR
is
training.
actually
A
easier.
radar system uses biological
In a lot of
magnetic
ways.
fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map.
But I had an
according
idea
to
of, like,
reference
having
points collected via
Snake be
GPS signals
non-lethal and then
field
having
personnel
Raiden just kill
reports.
everybody.
We need to get to
Because
the map
he's a
through the
psychopath.
Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet
It's
high.
a weird line.
Should be colored
Did you
blue.
say
Each
nerd?
area has at least one.
Node doesn't sound like nerd.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node.
Oh
Complete the
god.
procedure before those sentries gain
They pushed that
consciousness. If they
idea
spot
really
you,
hard in
you won't be
Rising.
able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Alright, let's go do this. I just got out of like 3 codec conversations. I'm not answering you right now. The fuck kind of registration system is that? So what do we call ourselves, guys? Anybody got any fun names? Anybody? Dog Booty? Yeah, we could call ourselves Doctor Girlfriend. I love Doctor Girlfriend. She's such a great character. These spaces we have. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14. 16 spaces. No, it wouldn't fit. Make a sub joke. Hmm. Nah. I think we'll go with that. Birthday was last week. Raiden, your new code name will be Booty and Thighs. Full screen, letterbox. Full screen, letterbox. On with the game.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now.
Good work, Raiden. You walked
Remember
across the
your
room
VR
and turned the
training
computer on.
sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel.
So the idea with this
bright
is
dot in the
that
middle is
the
you,
Metal Gear
Raiden.
Solid VR missions is
The
canon,
red dots are your
and that
enemies,
Raiden
and
was the
blue cone
person
shape represents
playing
their
it,
field of vision.
which
Your
is
radar isn't
kind
affected
of
by the
interesting,
weather.
I guess.
But if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid.
Colonel, you're not
It's all
mailing.
made
Stop
from
copying her
currently existing
lines.
technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to
New
work
name
on
for
the
gay
data
bar
too.
infiltration.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Ah,
Jack, I'm a
boy.
part of this mission.
And
Colonel,
so
what
it
the hell is
begins.
going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an
What's that
accident.
supposed to mean?
Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry.
She's
She
not
has our
in the
technical
field.
staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
Neither
I
have
have
you.
my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
And what reasons
I
are
know your
those? I'm
VR
here to
training
fuck with you,
performance isn't
Raiden.
out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it
Eh.
was the power of the operative's will to survive.
No, I think Rose is actually a part of this
My
mission.
personal feelings have no place
Like,
in a
it gets a
mission.
little confusing
We've learned that
later,
it
but I
doesn't
think
work that
Rose is a
way.
part of this mission
And
right
on
now.
the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack,
Oh, in the
you're
field.
stuck
Yeah,
with
no,
me
that's fair
whether you
enough.
like it or not.
Rose,
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team.
Here we go.
After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field person sent to
That's
meet and track.
not how this
His
works,
safety
Rose.
comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this
Given the
to being kept in
circumstances,
the
you're free to
dark.
do as you see
I'd
fit.
like to make a request.
You
if
won't
I
be leaving
may.
the building, though.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save.
Yes, sir.
The
Okay,
proprietary
Raiden. And then
save
she never
frequency
calls
is
him Raiden again.
140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
what?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
See, immediately.
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer.
Not
I'm
the
gonna let you
fucking
go now,
time,
Jack.
Rose.
Take care.
Oh, this is gonna get good. Gonna get so good. That's what I'm saying, like, immediately.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be
You
careful,
can't blame that
Jack.
on women.
Find somewhere to hide.
Like, women
until the
mostly
elevator
are fine.
arrives.
This is
You
a
must
Rose
stay
problem.
out of sight.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
Alright, let's see how well we do this then. Alright, so let's try and get on the elevator without alerting anybody or having to deal with anybody. Awesome. 10 out of 10. Like, that's the thing, like, okay, you make all these stupid demands, Rose, that really aren't feasible for a mission like this, and that you have no right to make.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
And I'll make one request of you that is entirely reasonable
The name
that you will
of
then
the
proceed to
leader is
ignore.
Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Remember, everybody, Solid Snake died on that tanker 2 years ago.
Colonel, I'm on the roof.
Colonel, I've been playing this for almost half an hour, and I've actually gotten to do gameplay for like
You
a
never
minute.
had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised
Like,
of
remember how
shells 1 and
MGS1
2.
starts
Each
and it's
unit
like,
consists of a
okay,
central core and 6 struts surrounding
standard beginning
So
of
the
mission
whole thing
stuff,
is shaped like
get
two
onto the
hexagons
elevator.
connected
Okay,
end
get
on
onto the
end.
elevator.
it. Exactly.
And then,
And you're
okay,
on the roof of
here's your
strut A,
team,
shell 1 at
here's
the
your
moment.
equipment. Go do your job, Snake. And then, gameplay.
First, get to a node.
And this
Log
has
into
just
the
been
network.
already
Got
really
it.
a little too much. Alright. This is a bandage. Never gonna use it. Yeah, it's so much already. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here.
I feel like
There's no need for
MGS3
concern.
deliberately took a
This
step back
operation is
from
under
this.
Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came
Mostly.
from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may
But
be
MGS4
top secret,
then goes
but it's
full
gone through
into
the
it.
usual channels.
But I think the worst part of this with Metal Gear Solid 2 is specifically how much of this is just codec conversations. And what are codec conversations? They're you staring at the screen
I'll go check the roof.
with very little actually going on.
Okay? Understood.
Colonel, I've located
Like, the
node,
codec
but
is
it's under
such an
heavy surveillance.
uninteresting
I
thing.
can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
Who is that? It's the enemy.
No, it isn't.
It's the enemy. I need help.
No, it isn't. Nothing's going on. Don't worry about it.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
I better get out of here before he wakes up. I think we're going okay so far, I guess. You know, I've never seen what happens when an enemy wakes up in a locker before. Like, can they wake up in the locker? That one star should have disappeared by now. I'm going to assume he just can't wake up in the locker. Alright, let's go. Ready for more? Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, we can get in and out of the locker easily ourselves. Like, surely the enemy could do it. But I guess not.
Raiden, watch out.
The
There are
forever
sentries
sleep.
posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right. I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
You know, I was heading to Strut B before this codec conversation interrupted me. Do-dee-doo, dee-doo-dee-doo-doo, do-dee-doo, do-do-do-do-do, do-dee-doo, ba-da-meow-meow, do-dee-doo, do-do-do-do-do, do-do, do-do-do-do. I was a little worried he wasn't going to turn around then. Alright. And now who's ready for a long cutscene? Yeah, basically. I might as well have brought snacks. I like Metal Gear Solid 2, but this has been... I forgot just how egregious this is. To be fair though, at least this isn't a codec conversation. Well, good news, Clem. You've won an all-expenses paid trip to Cutscene Land. You know, I'd be less against this game if that's what it was, Jansen, but it's more like 5-minute codec call, 1-minute gameplay, another 5-minute codec call, another 5-minute codec call, 1-minute gameplay, and then a cutscene, and then a codec call, and then a little bit of gameplay, and then another codec call. It really bothers me just how much this game is codec conversations. Hey, Hermes. So what if we took all of Vamp's lines and replaced them with lines from Hermes from Futurama? Like if during this entire sequence he was actually Hermes singing about how great it is to be a bureaucrat.
All Alpha, come in. What's going on? Alpha, respond.
Actually a cool point here. There's a version of this cutscene where Raiden has a gun. And then there's the version we're seeing where he doesn't have a gun because I haven't got a gun yet. Yeah, if you get the trank gun, Raiden will be equipped with it in this cutscene.
What are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
The idea of cutting yourself for every kill you do was already done years before this with Victor Zaz.
Get down!
Yeah, just start saying Hermes Conrad lines. Like, this is interesting, at least. Yeah, no, it's straight Phil Lamar doing the voice. Like, Phil Lamar's voice range is fantastic. Like I say, the cutscenes at least are interesting. Which is a big part of what makes it so disappointing when the game decides to just go to codec cold.
Strange smell.
You smell like you haven't washed in days.
You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
So the explanation for how Vamp is able to dodge bullets is supposed to be that he reads the macro tensions in the muscles. And is able to predict when you're going to shoot and in what direction.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm
The
down.
issue there is that he wasn't looking at us when he started dodging.
My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Iroquois Pliskin, played by David Ayer.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
Why would you have seen him before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
Yeah,
So
this is supposed to be a stealth operation.
I've had
Raiden
extensive
is
training,
immediately
the kind
spotted
that's
by 3
indistinguishable
people.
from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced
VR. Huh?
When he's saying this,
But
he's
realistic
literally
every way.
listing off missions from VR
Virtual
missions.
grunt of the digital age. That's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
It's still a stupid idea.
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
No, he's saying that
Right,
it's a
what's going
bullshit
on?
training
The
situation.
Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines. What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I
Somewhere
see.
else.
You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little
You were
too
told
late
that
for
several times, Raiden.
What's up?
Take a look.
Fun fact,
What the hell?
you can call Pliskin later for information on Vamp, and he will tell you that the name Vamp isn't because he drinks blood.
all right?
which is kind of dumb.
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking
Yeah, the entire
freak.
thing's weird. He's not called Vamp because he sucks blood. He's called Vamp because he's bisexual.
He's Romanian.
I'm sorry,
a
what?
wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears.
If I remember, I'll try and find the codec conversation that specifically says
the
it.
unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were
They spelled
always close
George
to the
wrong.
edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after U.S. allies. even
Gorge
civilians.
Sears.
We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents.
Yeah, you gotta be
Dead
you
Cell
gotta be
raged on
Vamp
their
gaming
own.
now,
They
Chancellor.
were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
You remember former
The unit
President
was
Gorge
devastated.
Sears?
There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
This is actually
No, he's
prototype
not involved in
footage
this
from an
one. His
earlier
body was
version of the
positively
game
ID'd 2
that
years
would
ago.
have you run from the water as it
Snake
was
is
rushing in.
dead.
And buried.
It wasn't implemented in the final release.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment
Snake
too.
died 2 years ago.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh?
I'm here to fight Metal Gear Snake.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy.
What, you think I'm gonna get caught and have to sell cigarettes?
Take this too.
My name is Raiden messed up.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero.
That's a river. 2 years ago.
The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
Well, not anymore.
PC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
How many people have
141.80.
codecs?
Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Here, let's get out of here.
What's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden. Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
The hell's not? What the hell's an ordinary
Maybe I'll
code
find out
name?
someday.
Alright, so we have a gun. Here's how to use the gun. Fun fact, if you do tanker plant together, you don't get any of this instructional stuff in tanker, in plant. Hey Ninja. We'll just get the radar on. El Mango. Alright. I need to find the, Drank. Is it back in Strut A?
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Alright. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ninja.
Jack,
But thanks for
it's
stopping
me.
in, man.
Everything
I hope
okay,
you're doing
Rose?
okay.
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
No,
Jack,
leave me
do you
alone.
remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry.
Hopefully
but
you'll
I
be
still
able to
don't
come
have a
in
clue.
later while we're still
That's
doing it,
okay.
because we are doing
What is
all
it,
of
Rose?
that today.
Talk to me.
I'd rather
And you know
you
how long
figure
that's
it
going to
out.
be.
It's important.
So hopefully you'll be able to stop in
Important enough.
later and catch some
And
at the
we'll talk
end.
about it tomorrow.
But if not, you have a
Why
good
not
day, man.
now?
Hope you're doing
Tomorrow
okay.
seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do.
Thanks for stopping
as
me
an
in the middle of the
analyst.
mission, Rose, as I'm supposed to be
It has
hurrying
do
to
with
the
Solid
BC
Snake.
connecting bridge
The leader of
to
this
hopefully
takeover
save
is
the
claiming
president.
that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record
I-
somewhere too. You should be able to request top-level security
Every time
clearance from
Rose
the
calls
Colonel.
us, let's
That
come
should
up with a
get us into the
reason
most
why it's
classified
inappropriate
material.
for her to
I'm
call
on
us.
it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Guarantee you there's always a reason. So calm. Russian. Tell me you're locked, will you? I like Fortune's theme. Should they really be shooting at her when she's that close to the president? Does the US Navy just give out leather leotards? Is that part of any of their field equipment?
Come, put me out of my misery.
Also, where are those bullets going? Because they don't seem to be hitting the wall behind her.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Would that convince you to sign up for the Navy, Clem? If you were issued a leather leotard to wear?
Ready grenades! A dud!
Surely standard tactical procedure would indicate that
Today is another bad day.
you don't have everybody on the single catwalk like
Is
that.
there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Hey John, how you doing, buddy? Like they're all grouped way too close. Seems kind of like a bad idea. Oh, you managed to beat U3 and Sadler. Nice work, John.
I'm so sorry, my beauties.
Yeah, we're doing all of the
See you
planned
again
chapter.
someday.
All of it. It's going to be crazy. We've already been playing it for like an hour, and we've gotten basically nowhere. Crazy. You forget just how many cutscenes and codec, and mostly codec conversations this game has.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down.
I'm gonna
It just means
set
they
the stopwatch
anticipated the
now.
attack.
What?
And from this point onwards
since
to the end of the
SEALs drew
game,
their fire,
we're gonna
their
time how much of the
infiltration
game
went
is
off
spent
without
in
a hitch.
codec calls.
On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could
There's
be in danger,
a lot of it.
yes. But we need to consider the
Now,
possibility
I've said before that my biggest complaint with MGS2 is how much of it is just codec calls. Because at least cutscenes are visually interesting.
Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and
There was a
find him.
simulation?
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too,
no matter how hard I
try. It's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking
Yeah, why are you here?
Raiden, this is real.
You still haven't justified your presence here,
But
Rose.
nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose.
It's not
And
helpful.
I won't let you be just a dream.
Well, why do your eyes look dead?
Right. You're needed on Strut C.
Okay, so we got a little under 2 minutes there. And we're gonna move for like maybe 40 seconds. Probably less than that. And now another cutscene. Really should have brought some snacks. How you guys doing? You guys keeping busy?
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team.
I'm not NYPD. That's why I'm wearing a sweater with NYPD on it.
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys.
A real Hornet or like
Don't go
video
pointing
game
that
Hornet?
thing everywhere, kid.
Throw the wrench at him.
What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
My name's Peter Stillman.
Lecturer.
I'm too old for this shit.
Indian head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
A real one. Ooh.
I thought you'd retired.
Give it a suplex, Clem.
Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All
My
I
name
lost
is none of
was
your
his
goddamn business.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
No, I'm here for the
Kid,
here for
this
the
is the
fucking
bomb
cake.
disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10.
Yeah, Peter Stillman here is basically Kurt Russell from Executive Decision.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise
Good work,
the
Clint.
bomb
I'm proud of you.
disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say
Remember, if
that.
you ever have any problems, it can be solved with the application of the right wrestling move.
There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL teams?
Ooh,
I didn't see
what a
you at the mission
burn.
briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about
Lieutenant
me. And he
Pliskin.
looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
Just gonna be a thing if everybody's saying Raiden's name is weird.
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
Did you find a large
They told
puddle
me
of
he was a
piss?
security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would
You might be able to find where he went from there.
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
So what's your name?
So we have to do it
Raiden.
ourselves.
Yeah, I don't care.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again.
Okay, and continue.
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're
Yeah,
working
it
with
is him
the
just
best
doing
in
the same
field.
voice again, isn't it?
All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer
You mean the
came in
mission
with
objective
Stillman?
where I'm supposed to be
I wasn't
disarming the
informed of
bombs?
that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Oh, fuck off, Rose.
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
Okay, that was a
There's no
fairly
need to
short one,
think about this
about
so
a
much.
minute long.
You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this.
Yeah, the constant Jack is...
This is a C4 bomb.
You know, hey Colonel, I have a list of unreasonable demands. Okay, in exchange for those unreasonable demands, I have one request.
Now you spray this
Call
sucker
Raiden by his code name that we have specifically to keep his real name hidden, because this is a sensitive operation and there's a reason for code names. Yeah, sure thing. Okay, Raiden, let's switch over to my frequency. I'm never going to call you Raiden again,
If we had
Jack.
the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have
It's
to
a
do.
weird name.
The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an
Here, take
ion
this with you.
mobility spectrometer.
It's
It
a
can
mobile
recognize
device
ionized
connected to the
gas
internet.
emitted by
With it, you
C4s.
can look up the walkthrough on
what?
game
In other
FAQs.
words,
It'll
that
tell you
will
exactly where the
get
bombs are.
C4 is sent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented
How?
visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his
I know
own
Fat Man
aesthetics he
well.
is.
He's a fat man.
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules.
Why were you
except his own,
why, as a
and he
bomb
followed
disposal
like a
expert, were you
religion.
teaching
And
somebody how
common
to
sense
build
wasn't one of his
bombs?
strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own.
He's called Fat Man
But I
in
found
reference
son.
to one of the bombs that
He
was
had the right
dropped
stuff,
on
There's
Japan.
something very unusual.
There
about
was
an
a
ability like
second
that.
character that was
Even
cut that
an
was supposed to be
Indian
called
head
Little
got
Boy.
special treatment.
Fat Man and Little
I
Boy,
remember
the
some
bombs that were
people
dropped
called
on
him one of the
Hiroshima
fat
and
cats.
Nagasaki.
Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him.
It's not just
There are
because
some
he's
things
fat.
you have to pass on.
Again,
The trick is
he's
to know
like
which
Vamp.
one.
He's not called Fat Man
Right.
because he's fat
All I taught him
or
was
a man.
skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
He's called Fat Man because he's bisexual.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right.
So fucking dumb.
I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
Good times.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly.
No, because this is a stealth
Fat
mission,
Man
you
would rely on
idiot.
some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
We should keep out the enemy's sight because the radar gets knocked offline. No,
I
we
know
keep
the
out the enemy's
structure of
sight
this
because it's a
facility,
stealth
and if he
mission.
wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south.
Vamp
There should
Fat
be
Man
packets
Gaming.
of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
Jeez.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
I am kind
Considering
of
the
disappointed
shells
that we
are
never get to
potential
properly
compositions from an
explore Shell
engineering
2.
standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have
What
decided
little we
as
see
well.
of it suggests that the layout, the specific function of each room is a little more interesting than Shell 1.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified
You know,
by the
for
number printed
some
on these
reason.
doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me.
Kind of surprised
He was
that
supposed to program a set of all access cards once we
when
were on site.
Substance was made,
Unfortunately, this
to
card won't
appease
get you
the
into every
fans
area
of
the
Snake,
structure.
they decided to do the Snake Tales
We'll
instead
have to deal
of
with
like
remaining
what
security
Resident Evil
lockouts
4
as they
did.
come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
You know, that would have actually been a good idea, Chancellor. That probably would have been a better idea than
Don't worry.
timing how long the
You'll
codec
just slow
calls
us
go.
down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio.
Yeah, I'm
like
kind
in
of
the
surprised they
original
didn't do
mission
like
plan.
RE4 did with the PS2 release, where separate ways lets you
I'll
play
give
as
you
Ada's
instructions
role
from
in the
here.
story.
I may also need to prepare a backup plan
Like
just
letting
in
you play as
case.
Pliskin through the
case of
story.
what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk.
Okay.
Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field.
Hey, Sina. How you doing?
And who dares wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
With the way it's presented, I question whether it's actually a mistake and not just Snake being like, yeah, whatever.
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect,
because it's literally just two mottos from two separate groups, neither of which he's disguised as. Even if one of them was right, the other one wouldn't be.
Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this.
Yeah, so you've caught some of the good stuff then.
If I
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Plenty of food in here too.
You in work or are you free right now?
I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your.
We are planning to do all of the plan.
Get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
And that's when the darkness imprisons you. It becomes all that you see. An absolute horror. You cannot live, you cannot die. Alright, let's go. That's still a stupid line. You got it memorized, Chansum?
That pistol you have is a SOCOM. It's a .45 caliber offensive handgun designed for the American Special Ops Command. With 12 rounds and 45 ACPs, it has outstanding stopping power.
The Mark 23
SOCOM has a minimum service life, averaging over 6,000 rounds, and has a 5-round group capacity that extends within a 1.4-inch radius. It's a bit large, but the SOCOM is a gun you can trust. It also comes equipped with a laser aiming module. A suppressor.
Sony also used to create a series called SOCOM. It's one of the classic first-person multiplayer shooter games. They kind of dropped after the PS3 and we've not seen it in years.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild
it's the
of
fun thing,
George
like,
Sears.
Snake
Dead Cell
is
was a
all
secret
over the
unit
SOCOM
positioned
here.
at the opposite end of anti-terrorist
But if you
operations
put a
such as
Desert Eagle in
Delta
front of
Force
him, he'll
SEALs.
drop it immediately for the Desert Eagle.
Group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the Colonel was falsely accused. Fact is,
what exactly
they took
did
the
he
case to the
do
powers
with
that
these
be,
misappropriated
but they never
funds,
managed
though?
to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became
Colonel Jackson
uncontrollable.
didn't kill himself.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Alright, is this going to be the conversation I'm after?
Vamp is a member of Dead
Nope.
Cell. Born in Romania, his
Well, this
specialty
might
is
be the
knives,
conversation I was talking
but
about
I guess
earlier.
You know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for
I
blood.
feel like you could survive for 2 days without drinking.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire. It's because he's bisexual. Rumor
There you
has
go.
it Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph
I feel
was
like you
also
could
the
survive,
father of
even
Fortune,
as a child,
dead
you could
cell
probably
leader.
survive for 2 days
Old man
without
with
drinking
Fortune and
anything.
Vamp. You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No.
No
there's
explanation
more to their
beyond that.
relationship than that.
Drink
But
your own
Vamp was her
beer.
father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
You're the one that brought it up,
by the
Snake.
way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No. It can't be.
What?
Nothing.
Like,
I
why
told
bring
you
it
the
up
dead
if
cell
you're
is a
not
group of
actually going to
men.
talk about it?
I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
So you're saying we shouldn't take the bomb threat seriously? 3 days a month. You can last longer without food than you can with water. This cardboard box, he mustn't have been in the cardboard box by the time he got to the other side.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
I'm under attack. Stay alert.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the CD connecting bridge. Use the side.
Not my problem anymore. Yeah, it's all about water. The node is over there.
What's that?
Who's that?
Ah, shit.
Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
Didn't need this. Why isn't it firing? When did they change that to the right stick?
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in
When did they change that to the right stick?
Explosives were planted on the maintenance hatch.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's report.
Well, fun fact, Ninja, the coolant does have a use on enemies. It's used to wake them up if you knock them out.
Places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far, we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this.
I think the question you need to ask, though, Clint, is do I need to be told how to do my job? The answer might be yes.
Right, another C4 down.
Talk to me about the fucking cardboard box, Pliskin.
The coolant spray couldn't reach that far, so I had to get up on a stand to do it.
What do you know about that strange woman?
God damn it.
You mean Fortune? She's the dead cell leader. Her real name
You're
is
supposed to be able
Helena
to talk to
Jackson,
him about the person
known
you
to
saw
her
in the
friends
cardboard
as
box.
Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seem to...
And Raiden's all like kind of weird that somebody would be in a cardboard box. They probably got problems, and Pliskin's like, "Fuck you, Raiden."
Luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander. The conviction of husband and dead cell leader, Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child.
This is an idea that would be repeated with the Beauty and the Beast core of,
In the 6
oh
months
hey,
after her father's death, she lost her family. and
women
everything they had
experiencing
in life.
unimaginable
She
tragedy that sends
she's
them
had it
into a
rough.
mental breakdown.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her
I've never
soul.
found a cardboard box big enough, Ninja.
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
Seriously, when did they change it to the right analog stick? Is that... I'm sure they don't have it set to the right analog stick for the PS3 version. Is that to compensate for not the Xbox not having pressure-sensitive buttons?
Over there.
Nobody here but us. Nobody's. I can't believe that worked. Yeah, if I can get over to the other side. Great, that's the guy I have to deal with.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Well, they can still see me. Yeah, I need you to go away. I'm like a ninja. We're not gonna get the no alert playthrough, but by the end I swear we will have the no kill playthrough. Yeah, the guy walked right past me. For reasons, I guess. You gotta love the way they walk when they're in caution mode. Do 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 do. Attack team, go and do your job. Guard team, do your job. Alright, let's do this. Got myself an idea. I have. I need to get up fast this time.
Freeze!
Thanks. Move. There we go. This will get a lot easier once we get the trank gun. One day you'll be choking on your food.
Nothing here.
And instead of like... You're just like... It'll be funnier. Nobody will know what's going on, but it'll be funnier. Right. This leaves us with, I think, one node left for a considerable while. Yeah, but I'm talking about like choking on food though, Sina. What the fuck is wrong with that guard? Yeah, well, don't mind him, he's just being choked.
I've taken care of that annoying fly.
No, I said nerd, Clem.
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't.
I like Olga's appearance in the plant section.
Like that ever.
The longer hair looks quite nice.
Anything else?
And the uniform definitely looks better than the tank top.
I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
Complete with a sword and kung fu action. I could hear him saying, "Hurt me more."
I've seen someone use that.
It's kind of weird. I didn't really know what to think.
Over and out then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
I'm sorry, what? Real like Raiden was wearing a wig for a minute then.
I saw a female soldier. Russian. Must be Olga Gerlukovich. How do you know? Unlike you, I've been briefed. She's not a Dead Cell? No. She commands a Russian private army. They must be the ones patrolling the Big Shell. That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
What's that?
I'm like a ghost. Nobody saw me coming. True what they say. Austin makes me feel good. This is gonna be awkward because that guy up there.
Be careful. There are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped Claymore mines.
I think it's easier to figure out who this is than it was to figure out who Deep Throat was in the first Metal Gear Solid.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
I ain't afraid of sleeping. I ain't afraid no bear. An invisible bear.
Calling himself Mr. X just
Freaky ghost bear.
Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too.
If
But
you're
the
all
possibility of
alone,
it being true
let me slip in
is
your
none.
bed.
Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Ah, shit, I forgot. I was tracking every codec conversation from the one I said I would. Even the last one we just had against Pliskin. And then just forgot that one.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
Alright, guy around the corner. Yep. Ah. Nope. Let me fix that. Thankfully, I know the ways of the big shell. Let's just wait here a minute.
Move! Clear! Clear!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
The node's downstairs as well, that's going to be a pain. Good thing you guys don't come here for the good gameplay. With any luck, there we go, the M9. I'm gonna say, like, with any luck, the M9's here. That will make things a lot easier. Because now I can just shoot everybody. Okay, they're gonna leave in a minute. Let's see how well we do with that.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
There we go.
Who is that?
Ah,
It's the enemy. I need help.
well you don't.
It's the enemy. I need help.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Come on, come on, come on.
Send reinforcements.
Don't send reinforcements. God damn it. Fuck all y'all. Ain't getting me here. Tsenatsen. The best gameplay.
This is Ryden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you
Is
mean?
it?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Isn't
Even
it?
Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, right? I've got a bad feeling about this.
You think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
Alright. So, they know I'm back here? Oh, this ain't gonna work. Just gonna keep using rations, I guess. Dominoes!
Stop.
There's a vent down there that I should have gone for. Especially since I'm bleeding. Better idea. It's like, hey, maybe we'll follow the blood trail to the vent. I mean, the locker. Alright, but now that we have the, trank gun, and this is Strut A completely set up with radar, this should be way less of a problem now. And there goes the extra team. Shut up. And then everything was okay forever. MGS3 is going to go so much worse than this. There we go. Yeah, with any luck, everything's going to go a lot smoother now. We got a while before we head to anywhere that we don't have the radar for.
Freeze!
Yep. And that's how Raiden died. So we got B and then C, and then we're good. Shouldn't really be a problem. It's funny to me to make Raiden seem incompetent like that. Like just to falling up the stairs and slipping on bird poo. I find it funny.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm trying to defuse bombs, heroes.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong
This
was
really
climbing in
isn't the
movie.
time.
I said it was probably the Chrysler building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed. We went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
Yeah, an
That night we
amazing
went up to the top of the
coincidence.
Empire State.
It was so
Again,
beautiful.
though,
I could look
trying
down
to
on the
defuse
Chrysler
bombs, we
Building
might
from
be on a serious
120
timer here.
stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
Fucking weirdo. See, by cartwheeling like that, you actually completely avoid the noise floor, and you can sneak past a lot easier. A lot easier.
Freeze!
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the mission, and again, it's really not the time to just stop us for something like this.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to
Well,
destroy
yeah,
the
you know,
entire
bombs
ship.
are always
But
kind
the
of a threat.
C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's
Did
not
you
the
know
bad
that if a
news,
bomb
is it?
goes off, it'll
These
cause
are sensor
serious
proof.
damage?
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
I feel like there's not really a reason not to spray the big
How
one
about you, Pliskin?
right now.
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago, I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my
But
mistake.
wouldn't
All I could
pretending
think
that
about was
you
hiding
have
from
a
the crime,
fake leg
shielding
and
myself
walking as
from the
such for
public
such an
outcry.
extended
I
period
wanted people to be sorry for me.
cause actual muscle dystrophy
I faked
in your leg,
myself because I couldn't
meaning that
bear
you
to face
probably
the
wouldn't be
families
able
of
to
the real
run properly
victims.
anyway?
This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts.
But
I
have you
lived
been
my life
hiking
so
over
well,
deserts?
I haven't even answered to
Or have you
myself
been
for
just
my
continuing
sins.
to do this both
Supposed to be
in
a
public
shield,
and private?
And it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Wasn't asking for Peg Leg Peter to begin with. Fucking weirdo. They guards? No. Good, I don't have to even use the SOCOM. It's still weird that that's a thing you can do. And it only happens in lockers or bath stalls with the posters. Like without them, you just do that. Yeah, I figured out how to make you zoom in faster. For some reason, like going in, pressing the first person button doesn't make you zoom in faster. Doesn't make you zoom in properly, it does it really slowly. Like that. The way you zoom in faster in the Xbox version is to hold it and then push the right analog stick up. For some reason. But then you can't move back without letting go of the button. It's a weird control decision that I feel doesn't really make any sense. And again, was the intention that the Xbox doesn't have pressure-sensitive buttons?
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a
like, with the exception of MGS 2 and 3, I can't think of any games on PS2 that made use of the PS2's pressure-sensitive buttons.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished,
about shit in
Shell
bricks.
2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector.
You brought that stuff with you?
Hydrogen bomb detector.
While I was in the pantry.
Are you saying this sucker's nuclear?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can go back and get it.
This is why I do strut D first,
Study it some more and see if the freezing process.
because you have to come back to see whichever the last strut you do is.
Okay, I'll stand by until you radio in.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not particularly great with structural integrity. Probably do something.
Peter, I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of strut A.
If you're talking just purely on a scale sense,
I'm
sure.
looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes.
Well, I think the
just got
idea
the
is a
last
sudden
drop, but there are a few
structural
enemy sentries I have to take
change
care of.
in 2 areas.
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
Might change everything up like
The
that.
sensors are live, which means
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
400 seconds.
400 seconds.
400 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of strut A now!
Alright, I'm off. Yeah, what does 400 seconds add up to? Because, like, 300 seconds is 5 minutes. 6. It's a little under 7 minutes. Which is really weird. 7 minutes is all the time I can spare to... Yeah, 6 minutes 47, a little under 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to defuse the bomb, I guess. Yeah, foreign Japanese is often pronounced in a similar way to death. She. It's actually became a long-running joke in Castlevania. In the Metroidvania games, I don't think it was in Symphony of the Night, but starting with possibly either Circle the Moon or Harmony of Dissonance, Death has 4,444 hit points.
Pliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Yeah.
Fell for what?
Way back in the Castlevania marathon in February.
Proximity trigger. Microwave.
March?
Microwave?
It went into March.
With a 7-foot range. It's not
a simpler time.
Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Right! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am.
What's stopping you from using the spray now? Like, the point is you freeze the detonator and then it can't explode. Alright, let's go. Ooh, ration. Right, boys, F in the chat for Peter Stillman. So you can actually see the bomb from the start of the game. Because it's right there. Can't do anything with it, but you can see it from the start.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it
was.
Was
it?
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell
But the surface of the ocean is on fire.
The price was
It's not the ocean, it's the Hudson River, isn't it?
Is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the president. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Alright, not gonna need to use that again for a while. Let's get another look at that door, because we won't be back here again. It really does look more like Guns of Patriots. Metal Gear 2 Guns of Patriots.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
Yeah, it's something to put there, and weirdly prophetic
mission objective. Rescue the
of
president.
MGS4. It creates the question, like, was the original idea to call MGS2 Guns of Patriots instead of Sons of a Bit?
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't
Somebody
save
look
them
that
all.
up, see if that's actually a thing.
Not by myself.
Like, the idea was
Are you
originally to
expecting
call
that
it Guns of
Pliskin to come
Patriots.
through?
Well,
Looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the president. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
And now for the first boss battle of the game, which is really weird. Hello.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all.
Isn't there supposed to be like a bunch of bugs on the floor? Yeah, there they are. Aren't they supposed to be like where she's standing and they part for her?
And finish me, like you finished off my father.
Nobody seems to know why I was there.
Otherwise, you would be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
Interesting stuff, and it's kind of weird.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?
Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe you can give me death.
Google won't refine the results enough to what you want.
Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else.
Yeah.
And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Wasn't Fortune's voice actress called Vanessa something? Ooh, Yell Dead Cell. I feel like the smartest idea for this fight would be to, like, okay, she's gonna shoot. So then when she's recharging it or whatever, you run up and punch her in the face. But yeah, Yell Dead Cell's great. Good, it's a good theme. The vamp effect. Should be safe here for the rest of the fight. Yeah, stun locked him. You know, John actually managed to do that earlier today with his Resident Evil 4 No Mercenary run. Shot the Iron Maiden in the leg to... Yeah, I didn't need that. Shot the Iron Maiden in the leg to get it on the ground, and then knifed it to death. Managed to stun lock it with the knife until it died. It was crazy.
Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, right?
What?
He's killed off...
It's crazy how much you can stun lock in some of these games.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 400 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
Well, isn't he supposed to be part of Dead Cell?
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
On replays, this is probably my least favourite boss fight, because it's just waiting until it ends. There's nothing you can do to really affect anything.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideas.
That's that.
And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul.
Carry on, my wayward soul.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, then.
Now!
Well, you know, I'm glad we won't have to do a vamp boss battle now. The secret ending where you don't fight vamp.
Damn.
I'm just that good, Clem.
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that...
So, there's a fun fact with this. Metal Gear Solid 2 had a bunch cut out of it, and we're aware of a lot of the stuff that was cut out.
Cheated out of death again.
I think largely because of the document of MGS2 that was released. There's a bonus DVD, I think, with one of the versions. And Vamp is a combination of two planned characters. Vamp and a character that was completely cut called the Chinaman. Also, at this point, why not pull the trigger here?
I thought you could give me peace.
Like, if you put the gun up to her head, is the bullet gonna go around her head? But yeah, the Chinaman was the one who was supposed to have like all the weird magical kind of abilities. I'm not sure what Vamp's deal was originally supposed to be.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
You only live twice.
I can't die twice.
Vamp was one of the more interesting things with this game because it was a mystery. Like, MGS1 was kind of weird with some of its stuff, But Vamp was the most out there in MGS2. And then MGS4's explanation of Vamp was completely underwhelming. Alright, let's go. I didn't have the coolant equipped. Anyway.
Freeze! Huh? Don't kill me.
Shake, shake, take Sonora, shake your body fine. Work, 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 Sonora, work it all the time. Yeah, let's go. Ten out of 10 aiming skills. Alright. It's actually not that much of a rush to get to Strut E.
Who's there? Who's that? Enemies out!
So I did hit him, I just didn't hit him in the immediately vital area. There's a little trick I've realised over the years. If you shoot a dude with a trank... There it is. If you shoot a dude with a trank and then knock him over, he'll immediately be knocked out. So if you're in a hurry, that can be like the best way of dealing with it. Like trank, shot, like auto aim, trank, shot, and then cartwheel into him. We've been going for over 2 hours and we're going to have the first real boss fight in a minute. Crazy that it takes this long. Not a bad thing, just kind of crazy. That said, MGS3 takes longer, doesn't it? Like, what would you call the first boss fight in that? Ocelot? I guess Ocelot does count. Alright, let's do this. I don't know. "45 minutes,
So
maybe?"
you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Maybe an hour.
Is he Dead Cell? I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer. And can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you try this sound. I used to hang around department store clock counters.
Remember when clock shops used to be a thing?
Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start.
Okay.
Yum. Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on. Huh?
There's the interesting thing of, like, in Metal Gear Solid 1...
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do.
What are you talking about?
To be the most famous bomber of them all.
In Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a sense of there are a few things you don't know. Like the deal with Metal Gear, why the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president died of heart attacks.
Like hell you beat Stillman, he had your number.
But for the most part, it feels like you have a grasp on enough to keep moving forward. This game is really the opposite of that. You don't know anything.
6 months ago.
Ever.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. Set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension. So that I can become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist!
I'm a criminal and nobody's gonna remember you.
That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party.
Let's go.
This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that.
This is how it works. We need a gimmick for this boss fight. This is how it's gonna go.
You'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move.
Rock and roll. Damn it. You could argue that the non-lethal option is actually a little easier for some bosses. Because it gives you the option of just physically attacking them. Like that. That's done some damage, and then to the head. Of course, the big advantage of going lethal with Batman is that you can just pump the bullets into him.
It's time to get back the bomb.
But this works as well.
How about a little time off? Ow, ow, ow.
Your accent is so strong. How about aiming next time? It's kind of like fighting Vulcan Raven if Raven was an idiot.
You asked for more bombs.
Wow, he can plant those fast. There it is. I never saw it around here. Ah.
Look, your favorite. Explosive. Come on, get a move on. Oh, ow!
That should be it. There we go. I think that went pretty well. Party's over.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands.
Considering
These delicate hands
that
can craft works of art.
the game has different versions of certain cutscenes depending on whether you have the weapon or not. Yeah.
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire
And non-lethal is the ability to play the game non-lethal is a large part of it.
No use.
A large part of the
Once
game.
it's activated,
You
there's
think
no
there'd
stopping the
be
count.
Where did you plant it?
like relevant
Where is
cutscenes
it?
Somewhere in
for
this area.
beating a boss non-lethally?
Don't worry, it's very close by.
It's like, why is his chest bleeding? Because all I did was shoot him in the head repeatedly with tranq darts.
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn.
Think you can find it?
What if I shoot your hands though?
When it goes off, it'll take the big shell with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb.
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party.
It's like, oh no, I have very delicate hands. Like, okay, what if I shoot your hand?
I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
See, he's very clearly knocked out there.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone.
Shot him in the head.
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the
You should
dark,
know
I'd
by
say.
now, Clem, if
He
I'm
seemed to be coming
anything,
from a very
I'm
different
petty.
place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger.
You assume I
mind
care about the
focused on
president any more than
protecting
the
them.
other hostages.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin.
Honestly, I shot him in the head to see whether or not they changed the icon from the star spinning around to the Z's.
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the central core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the
I'll
president
still
and
be
the
here
other
in a few
hostages?
hours.
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What
Is
about
it,
the
though?
lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right.
Yeah, it seems weird
And
you'd
it
have
comes with a
something like
passage
this
limit.
out on the
Intel has
river,
it that there are about 30
far
hostages.
enough away from
It'd take
shore
more
that
than
you
a single
can't
trip.
reasonably
We'll have to come
swim,
back.
Can you pilot a
but
chopper?
you wouldn't have any
No,
lifeboats.
but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
Yeah, I don't really care about
See
the
you
President.
later.
Nothing about him makes him more important to me than the rest of the hostages.
You passed with flying colors.
Glad you appreciate that, Clem.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like.
Yeah, Mr. X is way easier to figure out than Deep Throat. And there's one specific clue that makes it really obvious.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend.
Yep.
Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo.
Lali Lulelo. And this is what starts my biggest problem with this game. Just how often characters who are right in front of each other decide to talk over codec.
I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom?
By your mother.
Why won't
Who
you
do you
identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the President.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the President.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the President's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the President. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe.
Yeah.
Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held.
So
in
Ames is
B1
pretty easy to
house.
find once you've found him once. He's always in a specific location, and he has a unique hairstyle that no other hostage has.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect and amplify. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. The security guard will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core.
Cool.
It's called a PAN card. It works together.
Yeah, personal area
with the
network. I know what it is.
And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
Where are you holding that?
Terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't.
Why did the...
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
Why do the soldiers have two different sets of uniforms when they're a mercenary outfit?
The core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here.
Why are the Russian mercenaries coded into the biometrics?
They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code.
But they already have the football.
Can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff.
The other half was the football.
The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button.
Why do they call it the football, though?
And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Isn't it supposed to be standard procedure to keep the football near the president at all times?
To begin with, nothing in this
Just in
affair
case.
is what it seems.
A cover-up. But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear. Can't be.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke cable from the airport Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
But that's the Metal Gear from the tanker. You could see the dude in the background with the camera.
What's this for?
You might be glad
It's so you can play Snake. We thought you might get bored, so we
what do I need a cell
got this
phone
Nokia
for?
here. You can play Snake on it.
Colonel.
So the game is this game is supposed to take place in 2009, but they give you a phone that's very clearly 2001.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what
Bullshit.
are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
Looked
So
into
you
by
believe
who?
that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the president's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now,
You're more willing to
collect as
believe the
much data
ninja
as
than
you can,
Pliskin?
including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
That man is not a
Yes,
part of the
they
simulation, but listen
Disguise
to the
yourself as
cyborg
an enemy
ninja.
soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Alright, let's dump that. We'll never need it again. And that. Let's go. Cartwheel. Alright, so destination is F. Want to hit up that warehouse. Are there ciphers here now? Not yet, apparently. If you're playing on a lower difficulty, you can actually find a suppressor with the AK.
Nothing here.
On a higher difficulty, I'm not entirely sure the suppressor is even in the game. Yup. Level 2. And there's the M4. Watch out for the laser beams. Don't have the PSG-1 yet. Level 3. 3. Yeah.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with Stranav have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
And make this.
Unable to find the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
I love how they don't really even look. He's not where he's supposed to be. We can't find him.
Freeze! More!
You're gonna be a tough guy.
If you're going to...
Yep. It's a good thing I really don't care about the dog tags. The AK. And this room. Oh, there's the SOCOM suppressor. Let's get that. That'll make some of the other stuff a little easier if I need to use the SOCOM. Just in case. And suppressor. There we go. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, the cipher's not here yet. Oh, here they come. You can shoot the circular part 3 times to destroy them, but if you hit the gun or the camera, if it's a camera cipher, it's a single shot. Of course, the trouble with getting caught by the machine gun cipher is if they shoot you at any point while you run over that, it's going to stun you and you will fall through the floor.
Got a minute, Jack?
No.
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Well, at least you're not asking me about what day it is tomorrow.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
Must
You
be
sound
Liquid
disappointed.
Snake.
I guess. I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel.
The president needs
and
you, I
infiltrate
think.
the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
Well, to be fair, he blew up a tanker. He blew up a tanker and was killed in the explosion when it sunk. The fact that he only lost a right arm in that is probably a small miracle in and of itself. Alright, let's do this. 9. Nothing. And a locked door. I love the excuse they give for why the uniform comes off if you bump into anybody. Like the stitching's just really bad. The stitching is really bad, so any collision with anybody will make all your clothes fall off. Okay. Second floor basement. Another police notes poster, this one in higher resolution than the one from the first game.
What's up? Venus in Cancer.
The D mic.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, it was a magazine. I have no idea how you're supposed to get it.
Venus in Cancer.
I'll go back and take a look. No idea how you're supposed to get it. Alright, let's go and do the mission. I feel like once we get done with Shell 1, the rest of the story goes by really quickly. It's like we're on like 2 hours, about 2 hours 40 minutes. Well, there are no side quests, Clint. Like, we're on about 2 hours 40 minutes to get to this point. And I feel like the rest of it just goes really straightforward after this. Somewhat helped by the fact that like, after this, there's not really any extra side areas we can go to. Like, we can explore a bunch of Shell 1. God damn it. And we can explore a bunch of Shell 1 and all different rooms in there. Shell 2 is a straight line. And once we go to Shell 2, we can't come back to Shell 1. That said though, there is one little bonus thing I want to try and pull off here before we find Ames. Beat him down. You do that by repeatedly bashing your head against a wall, Clem. You know, just like Final Fantasy X.
One of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames, he should respond in some way.
What if it's the wrong person?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter.
Part of the problem with this is they don't really explain
Don't call out to a hostage with the
how
action button
the
until you're
pacemaker is
very
supposed to
sure
sound
that it's
different.
Ames. If you do make
It's just a
mistake,
case of
switch the
when
microphone
you
for an AK
find
and
Ames,
get out of there
you'll
before
know
the guards
because it
get
is very
suspicious.
different.
If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise.
But until you find
and look
Ames,
for
you're not
Ames
going to
while
know
deflecting
how
the
you'll
enemy's
recognize
suspicion.
Ames' heartbeat. We also can't knock that guard out.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Is it weird that they only have one guard to guard all these hostages? I think this is who I'm after.
You're Ames, aren't you?
You know, I'd never considered that, Clem. Look at her, she's shaking. Either that or, like, her animation's just really glitched. Yeah, it's like, okay. Because you can... Your first time through, you're probably going to check all of these people. Like, who could it be? So you're probably going to check them all. And some of them have different sounding heartbeats. Also, be careful walking past them, because some of them will try and trip you up. It's like, well, what's the distinctive point? What's the distinctive sound that I'm supposed to be looking for? You'll know it when you hear it, you just won't know what it is until you hear it.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Specifically, it's the beeping of the pacemaker. The pacemaker beeps. Isn't that an instant game over?
You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist.
Yeah.
I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet. Rips the tape
An
off.
informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
I see.
I'm sorry, fucking what?
Take this thing off me, will you?
No, it's actually safer, Ames, if we leave the blindfold on.
I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
Oh, hey, Ocelot, we didn't realise you were actually in this section. I thought after you made off with Metal Gear, you just disappeared from the game.
To nanocommunications first.
Nanocommunications?
Yeah, Assassin's Creed 2 is kind of really bad about making you want to attack people with the beggars that just chase you around. And then you're the bad guy if you punch them in the face.
Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The
I'm
first
gonna do Assassin's Creed for the stream at some point.
Is he still there?
Because I've never done the first one.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages? A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
It takes a lot of restraint not to murder one of them.
Button they took?
Right, and the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most
So,
advanced example of a weapons failsafe.
Is it 2 or Brotherhood that gives you the poison blade? Because I'd start just stabbing them with the poison blade and then casually walking by.
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within
Played anything up to. Brotherhood is like more 2.
In other words, the login must
it's more 2 with slight gameplay improvements, and it's pretty enjoyable.
The input must also be
I never played Revelations because the ending of Brotherhood pissed me off so much that I was like, well, I'm not buying Revelations to solve this cliffhanger.
Can't harm the president.
At least until the bird flies.
I have Revelations now because I have the XEO collection.
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide?
When it comes down to it, though, Assassin's Creed, I can do.
Haven't they told you anything?
No, the multiplayer I think was the main focus of a lot of the pre-release stuff. But in the actual game, it's surprisingly small.
For the development of a new Metal Gear
that said, the multiplayer in Brotherhood is also pretty fun.
What's going on around
I played a
here?
bunch of the multiplayer in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood.
Here comes Snake.
It's some cool stuff.
That's him?
It's a neat concept that Ubisoft never really evolved at any point.
King, Fat Man is dead.
It doesn't matter. Saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves.
Why did he betray us?
Who knows?
These are the wrong
They're
subtitles.
A band of lunatics to begin with.
This-
Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
This is for later in the game.
Rechecked, just in case.
You think he
This
was
is for the
working
hidden
for
Johnny
them?
We can't discount the possibility.
section.
Especially with that intruder still at large.
Yes. The man in the sneaking suit.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was
Yeah,
disbanded.
I've never seen
4
this
years
before.
ago.
This doesn't happen in
So
the
it must
PS3
be
or Vita version.
The Patriots. What about the damage to Shell 2?
The circulation system for the contaminated water has been damaged. The water being drawn in is overflowing, and the lower block of the central section is
Wait a minute,
flooded.
is this for later?
Seal the connecting
There's supposed to be
pathway
2
between
points
shells
where you
1
can
and
meet
2.
Johnny.
The Simtex and IR
Or where you can
sensors
hear
are
Johnny.
already in
But I
place.
never found the
Any
first
effect
place.
on it?
No.
I found the second, I
What
never
about
found
the
the
president?
first.
The password entry has already been made to the black case.
Because
In
if it
1
was the
hour, we'll need a
subtitles for the second
confirmation
one,
from him.
then we'd be
His
hearing
work is
Emma
done
stumble
after
across
that.
him.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost complete. The code has already been entered. All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took care of everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
What is it with you people in Outer Heaven?
Who is that cyborg? Shalashaska?
Oh, now it's working properly.
Even guess.
What about you?
I'm having the matter looked into.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due. When you watched my father die and did nothing.
Oh no, he did
2 years
something.
ago, Olga, let it go.
I read the case
Put the
file
bullets
for
in the
Shadow
chest.
Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
Because you're clearly the most untrustworthy person in the room.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive.
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
I took you both in when no one else would. You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to go.
There's always somewhere to go. The world's a big place.
It's happening again.
This damn right arm. Liquid!
Right
It's
arm, you
almost
say?
as if it's having its revenge.
How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world.
I never trust a Frenchman. There's something going on. The incidents are becoming more frequent. Maybe that man's presence.
Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
Anyway.
Is that really Solid Snake?
That's what he claims.
That's what he claims, but it doesn't
thought
sound
Snake
like him.
was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived.
Yeah, with
or
Assassin's
there are two
Creed,
of
like, I have Assassin's Creed 1 on
That's impossible.
Xbox 360, it's backwards compatible on Xbox One. I have the Ezio collection
them. Anyway, what did you
on
manage to
PS4.
catch?
I have 3 remastered on Xbox 360, it's backwards compatible. But I also bought the remaster.
Be made by the president willingly.
I have Assassin's Creed 3 on 360, it's backwards compatible. I have the remaster, I bought it on Switch. And then last
Probably tired of
month
being a
I
puppet,
bought
but it wasn't a smart move to
Assassin's
betray
Creed
us.
Odyssey
We're running
Gold
out
or
of time.
Ultimate or whatever.
They will fire a nuke. You know what you
It
need
was
to
on
do
sale in the
before
PSN summer
Fire
sale,
the nuke, but it's
and
nowhere close to the ransom
it
deadline.
came with Assassin's Creed 3 Remaster, so I have it on PS4 now as well.
Cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
4 I have on
Slaughter millions
PS4,
of people.
and then
No,
Unity
a
and
high
Syndicate
altitude
I have on
detonation. You've heard of
PS4.
the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within
Origins
the
I have on
result is an
Xbox One.
electromagnetic
I played it for
pulse
like
of up to
2.5
50
hours or so and it
megawatts.
bored the fuck out of me,
The
so I haven't played more of
can
it.
reach tens of thousands of volts per meter.
And I haven't started
Most
Odyssey yet.
electronic equipment will be
I'm hoping
toast
I'll
in
enjoy
an
it more
instant.
than
If one of the key movers
Origins.
of the world economy
I'm hoping
stops
Greece will be a more
functioning,
interesting
it could mean
locale
beginning
and
of
the
a
characters
global
will be better.
depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Isn't America supposed to be a republic though, a land without a king?
Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline.
Like, that's literally what a republic is, a land
my
without a
pocket.
monarchy.
Hurry. It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the president before they launch the nuke.
Take care of, you say? Ocelot, I missed the duster.
He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
Democracy is a good idea.
The DIA turned
The
out
problem
seven
is
big
it doesn't
liars.
take into account that
What are you
people are
talking about?
morons.
No need for denials. We know what you
Giving
are.
people responsibility is a bad idea.
They knew that the president was planning to betray them. So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
But then, if you deprive people of a choice, sooner or later you end up with a problematic dictatorship.
Said so.
and people who may well rebel simply because they don't have a choice. It's the point that the Matrix brings up that is actually kind of a good point. Humans rejecting the system unless they have a choice, even if they're only aware of the choice at an almost subconscious level.
You, which team are you with? Show me your face.
Choice is everything in this day and age.
You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Identify yourself.
Ocelot, it's me, your long lost son.
At last. Alive.
I love that Ocelot was ready for someone to try to take his hand off again.
But you died.
It's okay, I'll block 2 bullets. The rest of them definitely won't hit us. Yeah, how many hostages do you think died there? He was waiting for it.
Colonel, Ames is dead.
So there's the awkward thing now of like, we still have the uniform, but it doesn't have the mask.
However, we do at least know where
And it's like, what use is it without the mask? There is a suggestion in the game, I think, hidden in one of the codec calls.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike.
Because, like, you know how many optional codec calls there are in this game.
Not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping?
There's a suggestion that you can use the disguise to create footprints that the enemy won't decide are weird, that they need to follow.
Our priority should be with the president right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike.
But it's like, when is there ever really a point when the enemies will track your footsteps in this game?
According to Ames, yes. But it's also true that they're about to get rid of
Your
the
footprints.
president. There's something else going on here. And the president may be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person. Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
What about the rest of the hostages? Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but
freeze.
Like, there's nothing you can really do with it. Because where is there a place where enemies are that also has... It's like in the first game, it's snow, and in a couple of areas, water. I don't think this game has that. They don't have snow, and the only places I can think of with water have no enemies. That'll do. Oh shit.
Spotted the intruder. Stand back.
Well, this went south quickly. I really hope nobody will come out here. good. He's dealing with people alongside the ciphers as I try to get over that. He's not going to go well. That's everything. Go. Of course, what we need to do now... Yeah, somebody replaced the floor, that's great. It won't happen again when we come across another floor like that. Which is kind of weird, I guess. Like, the consistencies versus the inconsistencies in this game are weird. The RGB-6, a weapon I never use. It's a grenade launcher. Why do I never use it? There's never really a reason to. Like, even if you're going crazy on killing dudes... There it is. There's other better options than an explosive. Yeah, that works, I guess. Especially with how awkward it can be to hit vamp. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, actually, Clem. Get him out of the water. Yeah. Grenade, I never use these because unlike the first game, there isn't really ever a point where you need to. Oh, bullshit. There was no radio report there. One of the things I really like about MGS2 versus the original is that you need the radio report. In MGS1, guard sees you, instant alert. In MGS2, guard sees you, you have some time to try and stop him before he calls it in. And I like that. And taking that away bothers me. How did they know I'm in strut E? Last day should have been aware I was in strut F. Nobody saw me leave. Nobody saw me go out across the bridge. Should distract them enough. There we go. Oh, you're gonna miss the Harrier fight. We should, like, we've got a lot of time left though, Clem, so we should be here when you get back. You take care, buddy. Might be a good thing that Clem's missing the Harrier fight, because I'm probably going to balls this up. I have a strategy for the Harrier?
Huh? It's him. Everyone, stay on guard.
Understood. Reinforcements are
Somebody there.
Oh. Alright, there we go. You know, if we're going downstairs, we'll be able to see more. And it'll be easy to take anybody out. Okay, nobody here to be a problem. Yeah, it should be pretty simple. Get up.
Oh. What's that?
And now for everybody's favorite part.
Raiden, can you hear me? Pliskin, where have you been? Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there? We have a lead
We
on
ever
the
go to
president's
H?
location. Where is he? Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I feel like we
I'm
don't.
cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
How did
I
Peter
heard them
Stillman
talking
get past
about
them?
that. Target the
They said
control
they were going to
units and
set it
destroy
up
them.
way before
Make sure
he
you
went
don't
there.
shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
Alright. So the trick with this is there's actually a lot of these. So the trick is getting all of them. You'll know when you've got all of them because there's a little cutscene that signals it. But like the aim situation, if you aren't aware that if it's your first time, you're not going to be aware there's a cutscene that plays when you've got them all. That all the ones I can get with the SOCOM. Right, PSG 1. Do I have any pentazeming? Yes, I do. Sweet. Where is it? There it is.
Right.
God,
right. Answer me.
If you shoot down the cipher, it destroys the C4. Semtex? Semtex. You already saw this. You know what, let's do the ones that require the PSG-1 first. I think that's it. Okay. Okay, so there's at least one that I've missed. course, over there. Can I get this without killing a single? There we go. 10 out of 10.
Raiden.
I know the game gets a lot more streamlined.
Ears. One of the enemy's Kasakas. Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages?
So where is it, and where's it been?
Held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
How many hostages are there?
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasaka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasaka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground.
Mm.
We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasaka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Otacon.
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders! Over here!
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're
He doesn't
thinking.
know. He's been
keeps
telling
coming
you
back to
not
Shadow
to work
Moses.
with him
And now
this
this
entire time because he's not
Otacon.
part of the simulation.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Rose?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack,
How would you
why
know?
are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but
What are you
it has to
talking
be
about?
pure will, backed up by courage or ideals or something like that.
What are
I'd
you
stake
talking
my
about?
life on it. The solid snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true, but they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
And it's not
Jack,
like he
I
has
know
a
what
secret
you're saying,
clone.
but Snake is
Or a
dead.
twin.
He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he
Why would
can't
Snake
be
be
the
here
terrorist
as
leader
Hal
behind
Emmerich?
this thing.
Things just aren't adding up. Alright, bye. How did you get there?
I've
The
been
door's
waiting for
wired
you.
with bombs.
A messenger from the Patriots.
So did you come through those doors?
Where do I know him from?
So you're the boss around here.
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake.
Bigger boss.
No, that is not Solid Snake.
How could you hear him from over there while you're in a helicopter?
What a pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You work of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Snake?
Snake?
Right, take cover.
So supposedly the whole idea with Pliskin and Snake was to make it as obvious as possible that Pliskin is just Snake. and then like see how many people would not realise.
I'm a whole
Weird
different
idea.
game from Liquid.
Okay. Snake, two things. One, you realise I'm still on this bridge, right? And two, you realise this bridge is loaded with Semtex, right?
Snake.
Did I get him?
How does a Harrier jet sneak up on you?
We're in trouble. It's the Harrier.
The world needs only one big boss. I'll drown you fools for interfering.
Okay. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. Harrier fight. Better than the Hind D fight.
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
Bam. Yell dead cell. Do this.
Use this.
So my strategy with the Harrier fight is largely just to tank it. It's not a difficult fight. There's not as much delay. Like, the Harrier doesn't delay the fight as much as the Hind D did. Like, there's this, which I think is kind of interesting. And there it comes again. How you doing, Seek? To be fair though, like, the communications tower probably wasn't as fragile a platform to stand on as the Kasaka. Why do I feel like he just smacked me with that thing?
I'll shred you to pieces! Right, I'll take care of it.
Good thing the Semtex isn't blowing up. If you could take care of it, Snake, I'd appreciate that. Going fast. Uh-oh. I'll make it. Damn it.
You're tougher than I thought.
That's why I usually stand near the stairs, isn't it?
I'll let you go out in style. Try dodging this. I'll take care of it. What the?
Am I low on missiles yet? No, I've still got plenty. Snake, I need you to move. I'm gonna take out his eye.
Is that the best thing you can do? I'll take care of it.
One more shot. Bring him down.
I'll let you go out in style.
That went okay. Could have gone better, but it went okay.
There's something coming up.
Oh, hey, Metal Gear.
That's Metal Gear. It's already active.
I think the bigger thing to wonder about is how is Metal Gear just standing on the water like that? Like, the water's got to be deeper than that, hasn't it? Basically where it came up.
They got my eye.
Fun fact, that's actually the opposite eye to the one Big Boss lost.
Fab, go!
Solidus loses his left eye, Big Boss lost his right.
Hey, what's that? It's running on water.
What was the point of that?
Raiden, you all right?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but
How
we're
you
all
guys
right.
doing?
The chopper? We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I
Yeah,
was
but
assigned to
in
this
that
mission,
case, all
not
legends
because I
have a
wanted
basis
to.
in
If
fact.
I could, I'd
Snake.
be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best
You got anything
friend
planned for
said
tonight,
once.
Zeke? You doing a stream later?
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception.
They're identical
for our
on the
own
genetic
protection.
level, except, you
We
know,
stole his frozen body
Liquid
from
got
some
all the flawed
organization.
recessive
Kind
genes.
of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an
Oh.
NGO?
You could always check your
Insofar as we're a
archives, see what you
non-profit
did,
organization of
not
civilians
last week, the week
advocating a
before.
Cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it, 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska, drinking too much.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change, and that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy,
Weird
received
of
some
Raiden to
information.
get
A new
like
Metal
all
Gear
righteous
prototype
right
was
now.
being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility. The information came from a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Again, really
Josh, are
weird
you
that
all right?
Raiden just gets all righteous there.
barely.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I know that. And I know I need to stay stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You
Pokemon
will make
Summon
it
and
back.
Soul Calibur
I'm with you
6.
all the way, remember.
That means a
What
lot
about
to me.
original Resident Evil 3?
I'm
When
going
was
to
the last
see
time you
data,
played that,
okay,
Zeke?
Jack?
Colonel, Metal Gear.
Actually, now that I think about it, I've seen you play most of the other games. I don't think I've ever seen you play original 3 or 0.
Confirmation from taking place. Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell. Follow the
But he's
railings
working it.
down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only viable strut in the outer perimeter is the L. That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the
Wonder why that
codec
is.
calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
It feels
Calm
like
down.
Raiden's a very
I
bipolar
suggest
character.
that you do, Raiden. Even if that is Snake, that has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
Huh. I must have missed that then. Weird. Yeah, I only need the one ration. Yeah, I must have missed that. It's weird. Hmm. Okay, so the best idea with this is to look down in first person to really make sense of whether or not you're over the right area before you drop. You gotta be careful because the pipe is actually pretty slippy. You got the bird poo there to slip on if you're running, and the sides are slanted. Fun fact, it's possible to cartwheel jump from there to there, and it's actually the only way you're going to get up there. Is it? I'm pretty sure it is. It's way faster, that's for sure. Yeah, you can't get up here like this. It's the only way you're going to get that item, whatever that is. It's tricky, but it's doable.
This is not a pretty sight. Hurry up and check the situation.
Yeah, you got any thoughts about what you'll do then, Teak? Just give a shout out. Go. How did Dragon Quest IV go last night, Teak? If I can do this properly and sneak past. Nice. I keep wanting to make a start with Dragon Quest XI, but I also want to start doing Fire Emblem Three Houses. Like, just for myself. Ah, shit. Big part of my concern with going back to the all the Dragon Quests is always the grinding. You killed the Lord of the Underworld and you haven't finished the game yet, what? Yeah, I think like Dragon Quest IV is pretty interesting. Like with its idea of giving each character a backstory that you experience before the main game starts.
What? I'm going to go in my pants. Nobody's looking, right?
The enemy has already entered the nuclear launch code. Secure the president before they can confirm and finalize the code input. The president is
It's
on
about
the first
Angels and
floor
Dragon
of
Quest.
Shell
I always
2's
think
core.
more of Dragon Quest IX, but that's because you specifically play as an angel.
Right, my sympathies. Sneaking missions are called wet works for a reason after all.
Don't worry about it, Jack. It's okay.
Rose?
That is, as long as you take a shower the second you get back.
Look
Do we
how
have a
dead
deal?
Rose's eyes are. Yeah, it's kind of the problem with Dragon Quest as you go. There's interesting ideas and a lot of stuff, but the story always takes a backseat. Like, Dragon Quest V has the interesting thing of going through the life of the main character. You start as a kid and you grow up and you go on. And it's fascinating, and there's an element of interest in a bunch of the stuff that you work through. but Dragon Quest never really takes advantage of any of it. It's more about the gameplay and grinding than anything else, which is kind of a shame. Yeah, I think 5 might be a little better with that, but I can't remember entirely. Because the only part I remember from 5 is Bianca. And there's a reason she matters.
Olga, Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
8 does actually do a good amount of stuff with the characters.
Your personal feelings.
Then screw your plan. I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will send him to the bottom of the ocean, right next to my old man.
The launch comes first.
Damn it. Where's Ocelot?
8 does have a bunch of focus on the characters. You've got Trode, who's always with you, Yangus, who was popular enough to get his own spin-off that never left Japan.
Olga, we'll talk later. We need to get started on the final checks for the unit.
All right. I'm headed back there.
The upper connecting bridge to Shell 1 is down.
What about the chopper?
Then 9 goes all the way back to the way 3 did it, with the focus being on the multiplayer.
Start pulling out.
Not yet. Their retrieval comes last. The intruder's still at large.
Snake.
What about the other man?
Yeah, basically, like, Dragon Quest 9 goes back to a similar style to Dragon Quest 3. With the focus being on the multiplayer, it's intended that each of your characters would be another player. But for single player, you get to create your own party like you do in 3. And so there's no real characterization for any of your characters.
High voltage currents on.
The door stays shut unless the president manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the room. And it's no job for bare hands.
All right. Come back immediately.
One more thing.
What?
We leave for Russia when this business is done. I want half the money for that.
Of course. That was part of the agreement.
We start living for ourselves after this. If there's anyone who wants to stay here, I want you to take good care of them.
Gladly. Your Lukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
It's time they went free.
What happened to rebuilding Mother Russia?
The old man is dead. The world is a different place now.
It's your life.
I've still not really done Dragon Quest 7.
Again, one last time.
Like, the PS1 version, the original PS1 version, Dragon Warrior 7, wasn't released in Europe. Yeah, that's fair enough. At the end of the day, Teek's your channel.
I'm in front of the room.
Stream what you want to stream.
Everything all right?
No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
Any suggestions?
Yeah, Dragon Warrior 7. Dragon Warrior wasn't released in this country until Dragon Quest 8, which was released without the number in this country.
Yeah, I think I see one.
And I've got the 3DS remake of 7, I've just not played it.
Guide it through the duct into the room.
Then target the circuit panel.
How is Ukulele going, though?
Right.
Has it gotten better?
Make sure you don't hit the president.
The president is wired with nanomachines. If we know the frequency, I can raise him.
We've tried that repeatedly, but there's no response. It looks like the walls have a built-in radio shield.
So that's why Ames lost contact with him.
If you need to confirm his position, you can
Why is there just a
log into the
room
node.
here with a built-in radio shield?
Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
Alright, let's go. Oof. Core gameplay is fine. How do you feel its staying power is? Like, if you weren't streaming it, would you still be playing it? I don't think I've actually bought Yooka-Laylee yet. I think every time it's gone on sale, it's not been low enough for me to really justify it. That's fair enough. I got that with a few games that we've got. But to be fair, the blind playthroughs come really slowly on this channel. It really seems like. Like, so far, the only... I think... Since the idea of, like, really focusing on blind playthroughs started, the only game we actually finished was Lollipop Chainsaw.
Swimming isn't my strong point. It wasn't a part of the VR training either.
It was the fun thing whenever anybody would ask what I was playing. And I was like, I'm playing Lollipop Chainsaw at the minute. Like, in other streams, mutual followers and stuff, like whenever anybody would ask what I'm currently streaming at the moment, I was like, I'm doing Lollipop Chainsaw, and I'm like,
the O2 gauge will appear under
you do some weird games,
while you're underwater.
It's like,
the gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single
I'm not going to deny that, but Lollipop Chainsaw isn't that weird.
The life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
This should probably be... You can get up off the... You can walk on the ground? Why did I not know that? I don't think I've ever known that. Yeah, the controls aren't inverted here. You still have... Did you still have Resident Evil gameplay planned for Friday? Maybe I should have a dedicated Resident Evil day. I don't stream Resident Evil anywhere near as often as I used to. Monday, maybe? It does create the problem of a 3-day streak. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for that. Still working on Claire B. I'm surprised she didn't end up properly succeeding on that. I've said it before, but like, thank God I'm not a perfectionist, and that my standards are kind of low. You're quite drunk on Friday. Doing pretty well for being quite drunk, Teak. Alright, let's go do this. You did. You did forget the Queen plug. But let's not be too hard on you, Teague. Let's remember that getting far enough to forget the Queen plug is a pretty good run in itself. Yeah, you did. But at least you got out of the police station. Like, how many runs out of 10 do you actually manage to get out of the police station? Like, maybe 4?
What is that?
Alright. It reminds me, I want to set up a new vote for a Tales game.
President Johnson.
Huh? So you're finally here.
You've been expecting me?
Your equipment, that skull suit, isn't exactly standard military issue.
Yeah.
Are you alright, sir?
Well, let's be fair, when you try to get a good time with no saves, like you're walking on a knife's edge the entire time.
What?
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You know, I'd actually forgotten that happens.
Well, who are you?
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound? I see. Now things are starting to make a little sense.
Fucking weird.
Switch over to nano communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary.
Yeah, I
for
want to
launching
put up a
nuclear
new
strike.
vote to decide what Tales game we'll do blind soon.
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes.
And the options I have in mind are Abyss. In order, I guess it'd be Symphonia, in order of release, Symphonia Release.
I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No.
Like, got the idea of the vote for the Tales game to do blind, and
the real power is
thinking,
in
like, in order of release, the options would be Symphonia,
behind this country,
Abyss, Vesperia, and I'm thinking maybe
very few are aware of their existence.
Cesteria for the fourth option.
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth.
Not really hard to believe.
The space defense, income tax reduction, and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks.
You know, if there's one thing that you really feel these days, it's the idea that a conspiracy like this can't possibly exist.
The people are shown
pretty much entirely because of just how incompetent a lot of stuff is.
Production aimed at satisfying the public. Huh? Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
Like, there was the idea for a long time of conspiracies and...
Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial, political, or military?
Mass delusion and stuff like that. What it really comes down to it,
Patriots really are.
People are way too fallible for any kind of widespread conspiracy like this.
All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency.
Now, I was wondering why you've been quiet, Chancellor.
Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
You have a good nap?
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were...
You see, that's the thing, like, even if there was a shadow government, it's not even about them stepping in by now. It's more about people are way too fallible, and a shadow government would have to be ruled by people.
Instead of being an expendable pawn.
And look at just how much leaks out, especially in this day and age.
I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
I recognize this voice, but they've not credited it. They've not credited the president yet.
He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you
saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of
it's a
power
voice I recognize from Legacy of Kain, and I think it might be Vorador.
They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
No, but if a pawn makes it
My
to the other side of the
predecessor,
board, they can
George
become a
Caesar.
queen and become the most powerful
That
piece.
was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid. He was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago. Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA
To be fair,
chief,
Gas
Donald
Snake or
Anderson, together with
Gaseous Snake
certain
would probably be a bit
influential
too
parties,
much.
initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead.
And if they wanted to try and make a
However, this
fusion
did
of
not
solid
fall
and
in line
liquid
with
in a
the
name,
Patriots'
like
plans.
Solquid,
What's more, Solidus decided on his
or
own to send
Liquid.
his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke.
Like
Liquid
Solidus is
Snake,
probably the
bringing
best
about
idea they could have
second
gone for.
As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
I thought he resigned.
That's the story given to the general public. Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn, for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans...
See, that's
were
probably
dancing
the
to
most
Patriots' tune.
unbelievable
Everything
part
went
of this
according to
whole
plan,
thing.
but for one
The
exception.
idea of anything to do with
Following
the
his
presidential race
resignation,
being well scripted.
Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive.
What opportunity?
Well, this is America,
Completion
the
of
land
new
of
Metal Gear
opportunity.
project, an opportunity that would even his odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. It's the only chance he has for survival. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriots. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Metal Gear
Can't
is
see that
already
going well.
operational.
No, not yet. What you saw was Metal Gear Ray.
How do you know what
hijacked
I
2
saw?
years ago from the Marines by Ocelot. That was not the new Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
It's in
You're
my
standing in it. To be more precise, this entire big shell facility
Bottle
is the new
Gear
Metal
Rex.
Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The
Metal
upper
Gear
structure
Butt.
that you've seen is camouflage.
Metal Gear Butt.
Designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world.
You know, I
The
kind of wish
Patriots
we'd
had
seen
Ray
more of the
redesigned
Metal
to
Gear
protect their new
variations
Arsenal
and
gear.
derivatives that
So
came
now
out
anti-Metal Gears are guarding the
after
Metal Gear.
Shadow Moses.
Ironic, isn't it?
We only ever
That's
hear
not
about
all.
them, we never
Arsenal Gear
see
has
any of
full
them.
access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces.
So what you're saying is
our
Arsenal
nuclear
gear is
armament.
Skynet.
In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal gear is more than just a military tool. It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an
The internet.
overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it.
That's actually
The
kind of
Arsenal plans
prophetic for
include a system
2001.
to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. In short, the Arsenal system is the key to their supremacy.
The key?
Yes, the GW system is the Patriots' trump card. Arsenal gear will be fully operational when GW
I've said it before, like,
integrated.
that's the internet is a fantastic thing, and so much good comes of it. But so much bad has come of the internet as well.
So that I would be in a strong bargaining position.
The internet's a tool. You can't blame a tool specifically for its misuse. Like Alfred Nobel and the invention of dynamite.
His plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community is also a key factor.
Can you really blame Alfred Nobel for the horrible things dynamite was used for?
The football served as the key for activating Arsenal gear. I've already input the necessary code sequence. It won't be long before GW begins to establish connections with other external systems, and Arsenal gear becomes fully operational. Stop them before that happens. That is your role.
Role?
You've got to find Emma Emmerich. She's the only one who can stop that thing once it's been activated.
Emma Emmerich?
She's the system programmer for Arsenal gear. I believe she's somewhere on level B1 in the core of this building.
I thought
When it comes down to it, the big problem with the internet is it allows idiots to connect with other idiots.
According to Ocelot, she was being held in a
Shout a stupid opinion to a crowd and everybody looks at you like you're an idiot.
Cut transmission and get moving. This is card 4. It'll give you access.
Shout a stupid opinion into a crowd and everybody looks at you like you're an idiot. And a lot of people who might agree with you won't agree with you outright
Take Emma to the
because
on level B2. Shell 1 core.
It's the
program into the main system.
peer pressure, the pressure of the crowd.
That's right, modeled after Fox stuff.
Nobody wants to look like an idiot in the crowd.
Eliminate personnel with a specific genetic code.
The internet allows idiots to find like-minded idiots. And then it's not a case of idiots being ashamed for being wrong, it's idiots feeling vilified in their opinion and that they must be the only right ones. Somebody agrees with me, I must be right.
I've told you everything you need to know.
Twitter, Facebook, 4chan, Reddit,
There's only one
anything,
thing
honestly.
remains to be done.
Tumblr.
Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's your role!
Oh!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
That's a quaint concept these days, abusing your right to free speech.
I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without
Why,
free
though?
will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real
choice
is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you?
Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
I got something to tell you, Mr. President. I'm not American. I'm an albino Libyan. Iberian? Iberian? Iberian. Yeah. I'm a white Liberian. That's one of the weirdest character origin twists in the series.
Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However,
Raiden isn't actually American, he's a white Liberian.
Last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal gear once and for all.
Do you actually think there's any truth to his story about this big shell facility being a front for Arsenal gear?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However, he was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about.
Aren't you forgetting that he was part of the terrorist plot?
All the more reason why I believe his information is reliable.
Huh?
We're talking about a man who chose to die rather than risk a nuclear holocaust. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Nuclear Launch Authority has shifted to the vice president, effectively eliminating the terrorist threat.
Colonel, when you put it like that, it almost sounds like I should have assassinated the president to eliminate the threat.
That was not my intention. I was trying to
point
out that there is certainly some credibility to the words of a man who chose death to protect the innocent.
The Colonel has a point, Jack.
What about the information you
bros.
gave me on the Patriots?
Look at her
It's a
cold
new
dead
one on me.
eye. They're gone.
I'll see what I can find out. Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1, in the core of that building you're in, right? You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the president didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
What's your status, Raiden?
Snake, the president, he's been assassinated.
What?
There was nothing I could do.
What about the nuclear strike code sequence?
He died before his vital ID could be reconfirmed.
I don't know.
Then the enemy's lost their nuclear strike capability.
But that
Seriously, it
Ocelot
feels
guy
like in a
obviously
bunch of these
killed the
codec
president on
conversations that
purpose.
Raiden
Why?
is
It doesn't make any sense.
really kind of
They had to know
bipolar.
that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the president.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or
Well,
maybe
hopefully
they found
Arsenal
more
gear
effective
doesn't have a
weapon within
PAL
Arsenal
system.
gear.
You knew about Arsenal gear?
Yeah,
Why didn't you tell me about it?
you never asked.
Am I correct in assuming you also know that the
Yeah,
big shell's
probably.
a front for the project?
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described. A massive cover story.
Like I say, it's kind of
The good news is
surprising
that it
with
hasn't really done
Substance,
much
the
in terms of
re-release,
cleaning up the environment.
that
So we won't
with
have to
the
worry about
decision
any
to
toxic gas
make
being
more
released if we
Snake
have to blow the
gameplay to
house
make
down.
up for
Right. And when did
the
you
fact that
find
you
out
only
about
play
all
with
of
Snake
this?
for the
It took a
tanker,
while, but we uncovered the info around the time you took out that
that they
mad
decided
bomber.
to just make the Snake
There's
Tails
no doubt that Arsenal gear is being built here.
instead of making
And it
like a
was all
separate
set up
race
2 years
scenario
ago
for Snake
on
on the
that
Big
day.
Shell.
All of it.
2 years ago. What really happened here?
Like, how
I
much
took these photos 2
would
years
be
ago.
I know these
how much
pictures.
could the
They
story
were on
make
the
more
news on
sense
several websites.
if we
I remember
had
right,
another
the
viewpoint
reporters
for
blamed
it?
you for sinking the tanker.
That's right. Otacon, me, we were used.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government. At least that was the plan at the time.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission. I'd infiltrated the dummy tanker to obtain proof that a Metal Gear was under development. Shortly after I made it aboard, an armed group led by
Like, there's a lot
Colonel
of stuff
Galukovich
that you hear
raided the
about
ship and
that
took
you
control.
only hear
Olga
about.
and Ocelot were among the raiding party.
Like what Snake's been doing this entire time.
Yeah, and him.
Who are you talking
The
about?
fact that he knew
Man
about
who's supposed to be dead.
Arsenal
target
gear.
was also Metal
Like, if
Gear
we got
related.
to see Snake's
But Ocelot
viewpoint in
eliminated
this,
Colonel Galukovich and Marine
it
Commander
would have
Scott
really
Dahl,
helped
and
round
he
the story
hijacked
out.
the Ray.
But Substance, for as
I don't know what
enjoyable
kind of deal was
as
going
an
down.
expansion
All
as
I remember
Substance
is
is,
what Ocelot said at the time. Something like,
it
"I'm
also
taking you back."
has no new stuff.
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine
Like,
Corps.
I think the only really new thing in substance is the Merrill model, which is an altered Olga model that appears in one of the Snake Tales.
That was the easy
There's
part.
also
The tough part was not getting dragged
there's a
down
couple
by
of
the
costumes and
sinking
stuff,
tanker.
but there's
Small miracle
no
when you
new
think about it.
environments or
It turned out
anything
that the whole
except
thing was a
VR
setup to lure us.
assets, which can be reworked into anything. The entire
Photos of
design,
Snake,
purpose of the
taken by
design.
the Cypher, were released to the public. In turn, we became the world's most wanted environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero. I think the Patriots weren't too happy about that.
You knew about the Patriots?
Well, yes, to a certain degree.
It seems like everyone knows about them except me.
They didn't choose Snake to be a hero.
So they decided to do a smear campaign.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of him so everybody would think twice before opposing them.
That's it! They set all this up just to nail you guys.
No, there's more to it than that. The Marines' Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project.
I
To
think
be more precise, the Patriots considered Metal
because
Gear Ray to be a
Gulagon
thorn in their
is
side.
a standard
Hence, they attacked the
Galukovich
dummy
soldier
tanker and
model
stole
made
Ray.
bigger and with a couple of ridges stuck on the back.
They followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it. Then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
There is the suggestion though, because there is one new line.
Both fell victim to Ocelot's plot.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
Because Snake has a new line,
underground,
because
keeping
Snake
a low
interacts with the
profile at the
hostages
time.
in one of the Snake Tales.
Then it must be the
And he's not
Patriots.
looking for Ames,
That's
he's
the
looking for a
case.
character
What's
called
Ocelot
Jennifer.
doing alongside Solidus?
And so there's a new line of Snake asking for Jennifer. And I
Forget
think
it.
that's
We're
the
wasting
only
time.
new
We
line
can figure
in
this out
Substance.
later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still
There was
has
effort
a
put into
massive payload of
Substance's
missiles
release.
to deal with.
Right.
A bunch of the extra content.
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
Wait a second. Isn't
But it
Emma
isn't
Emmerich
designed as like a
My sister.
director's cut kind of
What's she
thing.
doing here?
You got me.
It's like how
She's a
when Silent Hill
computer whiz
2
who
was put on
specializes in
Xbox,
neural
it got the
AI
Born
and
from a Wish
ultra-variable
scenario.
volume data analysis using complex logic. How she got involved in weapons development is beyond me.
Whatever her reasons, we need her in order to stop Arsenal.
Raiden, find her.
I'm on
I
my
wonder if
way.
Kojima just wasn't interested in doing more, or if Konami didn't want to put the money into it. Alright, let's go play more. Do more of the game. Let's go swimming. So it's great that we're getting further on in the game. But I'm just thinking about it and like, God, there's actually a lot left to go. I've got to deal with this, we've got to do the vamp fight. And we're going to bring Emma back. That's a whole thing. And then everything to do with Arsenal takes ages. Like, Arsenal in and of itself, from the point you get onto Arsenal to the end of the game, is probably like 2 hours just because of the cutscenes. I wonder how Stillman got in here. I didn't think I could actually do this. All the way through in one breath. I didn't know I could do that.
Raiden, are you
I've never
reading
tried
me?
that before.
This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
I see. Listen, there's something I have to tell you about EE.
We're miserable, but we
her.
swam to get here.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah.
Then why is she out
When
in the
she was
middle
6
of the
years
river?
old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned. When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help.
When the accident
She
happened,
didn't
I was
doubt
in
for
my
a minute
room
that I'd be there.
for reasons.
You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize
But I
at the
wasn't
time that she
looking at the
needed my
window
help.
for reasons.
What were you doing?
I was
So
reasons.
Emma survived the ordeal.
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim?
I
because
betrayed
of the
her for
traumatic
reasons.
experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so. I got a letter from Julie, her mother, after they moved back to England. In her letter, she mentioned that EE couldn't swim anymore, that she refused to even wear a bathing suit.
Damn, if she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Look, maybe you can help her overcome the trauma. You
I'm not a
want me to help her get
psychiatrist,
over it?
Otacon.
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the Kamov.
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
I suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
That's entirely not true.
I covered most of the core when I had to take out the C4s. If there's anything you need to ask me, call me on the codec.
I'll do that.
Okay. Let's do this. This is a weird room.
Still ticking, huh?
Unfortunately, hell had no vacancies.
What was with the scream?
I thought so. Human muscles are quite eloquent. They speak out clearly what a person's next move will be. They even tell me which way a gun is going to be pointed before the trigger is pulled. But your muscles, they're different. This should be fun.
So what Vamp's saying is the best way to deal with him is to wear, like, I don't know, maybe like a bomb suit. If you wore the suit Fat Man's wearing, you think Vamp would be able to tell which way you were going to aim because he wouldn't be able to see your muscles?
The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now. But she served us well as the live bait for the big catch. Crazy Ivan sometimes speaks the truth.
Yeah, Vamp's weird.
She was some time ago. But the flooding has become quite serious. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
What?
Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it, it was Ocelot.
Do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
This is no ordinary nuclear bomb. This weapon is capable of heavy hydrogen nuclear fusion using lasers and magnetics to generate heat-insulated compression. It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently.
I feel like this comes up and then he's dropped without any real
a nuclear threat still exists.
Explanation or real use.
6 months ago, we lost everything we believed in. We were abandoned to take the fall in their cover-up. We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary.
To be fair, you're made up of a mad bomber,
from the face of
a
the earth,
vampire dude,
destroy this world of deceit they have created alone
magic
with
woman.
them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
Are you telling the truth? No. Okay.
Final check for activating Arsenal has been completed. All Arsenal personnel report to your stations.
Well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into operation.
Damn it!
Really, what gave you that idea?
You're still hoping that the girl can install that virus you're carrying around, aren't you?
You know?
Yeah, it feels like everybody knows
It's
everything.
A shame you're not going to be
except
around
me.
long enough to hand her the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you
Cool, how are you standing on it then?
Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
So the idea with Vamp reading your muscle movements is basically a case of you're not allowed to use auto aim. Which I didn't notice for a real long time, because for the most part, Vamp goes into positions where auto aim isn't something you can use anyway. Vamp is also a mermaid. Take out the lights. There we go, now he can't do his stupid shadow blade thing. You can actually shoot him in the water. There we go. It's the big thing, like, Vamp makes no sense in the world that Metal Gear Solid has created. Which, like, the explanation they have to really... They do have an explanation they give in MGS4, and it really pulls back on this entire idea, and comes off as incredibly unsatisfying as a result. Because it's not a good explanation. But it becomes the explanation they have for everything. Yeah, I was thinking that earlier, Teague. When we saw him run across the water after jumping out of the Harrier. Like, if you want to say he's a vampire, then why is he going across water? Like, I guess the argument could be running water. I don't have the gun equipped. Did they actually do that? I stopped watching Ben 10 by that point. Though to be fair, I never watched Ben 10 regularly. It was kind of after my time. Like, it makes me think of, in the Ultimate Universe, how everything was eventually retconned as being somebody's attempts to try and recreate the super soldier serum that created Captain America. Yeah, that was also a big part of it. But, like, watching a TV show, an ongoing TV show, in my house was always difficult before I had my own TV. And I didn't have Cartoon Network on my TV. What I watched of Alien Force was pretty good, but it was just individual episodes. I'm glad you get it, Chanson, because I don't. But yeah, it makes me think of how in the Ultimate Universe, everything eventually became shit. Fuck. This is me trying to do the non-lethal.
Right. What's wrong? Right.
Everything in the Marvel Ultimate Universe eventually became a whole thing of every superhero that exists because of an attempt to recreate the super soldier serum that created Captain America. Like every superhero. Spider that bit Peter Parker was Oscorp's attempt to recreate the super soldier serum. The Hulk was a result of Bruce Banner trying to recreate the super soldier serum. Ultimatum came out and Nick Fury comes along at the end and reveals to Magneto that mutants aren't the next evolution of humans. Mutants are just people who have at some point been exposed to something. It comes back to the super soldier serum again. You know, Iron Man might be a good example of an exception, because his powers are tech-based. See, there's the thing, like, I don't mind it for Spider-Man. It feels a little weird for the Hulk. Changes Bruce Banner from a gamma radiation scientist into somebody who was trying to mess with genetic engineering. It's like, why? But what I really thought it was stupid for was mutants. Ah shit, I forgot to break the lights this time.
My body.
Hey, Ninja. You know, I feel like there is. I feel like there's a bunch of difference there, too. That's good to hear, Ninja. There's still plenty of game left to go. And here I am trying to do vamp non-lethal. Was mutants originally radiation did it, or was it just supposed to be the evolution of mankind? Was it? That's weird. And how the fuck does En Sabah Nur exist? Yes! He did. I feel like you're fucking with me here, Teak. That second fight went a lot better than the first one, and it was because I figured out that I can crouch to avoid the knives that aren't specifically aimed at me crouching.
Colonel, they've apparently
if you're gonna play it like
final
that,
check
Teak.
procedure for arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the President gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
We've managed to avoid
The
drowning.
hostage rescue's gonna have to wait.
That's not actually happened yet,
We'll
Ninja.
secure the computer room. Looks like we can't install.
Are you
the
making a
virus
Shadow the
program without
Hedgehog
Emma.
reference, Chansum?
Do it?
I would if I could, but the security for this system is no joke. I need more time.
That's why we need her.
Understood. I'll make sure you have your family reunion. What's up?
A lot of years have passed between EE and me.
Then you should see her, right?
I don't have the right to see her.
We can talk about this later. Raiden, I think you'd better get moving.
Oh,
Emma's
which
in the
scene is that,
locker room
Ninja?
To the north, right?
I'm on it.
Alright, let's go. I need more ammo. More ammo. Like, the avoid drowning scene hasn't happened yet. Oh yeah, the node is at the end of this area for this part. No! That is not Solid Snake! One of these has body armor. There it is. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake. I really feel like he should have just said, like, I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss. Bigger boss. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, I don't remember that about Xavier. I remember the original thought with Beast was that he was a mutant because his parents worked on radioactive stuff. Now that you bring it up, I don't remember that about Xavier.
Are you alright?
Who are you?
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out.
Hey, Jennifer Hale doing your Jennifer Hale voice.
What are you talking about? I'm here to help. Here, I'll prove it. Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try.
It's like, voice-wise, how does Emma
Nanocommunication?
distinguish herself from Naomi?
Then you're not one of
She
them.
isn't doing an English accent,
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help
and
to stop
she
Arsenal.
isn't as
I
forceful.
understand
She's a
there's only
softer
one who
spoken
might be able
woman.
to do it.
And who told you that?
The president.
Really?
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
Come
And
on.
English.
We have to get moving. This place will be flooded soon.
I don't get how using the codec convinces her that we're not bad guys. Yeah, when they removed Naomi and Mei Ling's accents in Twin Snakes, they kept that for MGS4. Emma, please don't touch me with your pea legs.
I can't swim.
Well, you know, you're gonna learn fast or you're gonna drown, Emma.
Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
Your brother told
Because
me.
I used to watch you when you were a child,
That's
Emma.
right. He's here to rescue you.
I've been there your
believe
entire
you.
life
He would
watching
never
you be
come for
shit
me.
at everything.
And I'm telling you he's here, waiting for us at Shell 1.
No!
Now swim.
He left me, my mother, when we needed him the most. When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go
Actually,
over
when your
all
father
that later,
died, he was
but
thinking
first
about your
we
mother.
have to get out of here.
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim!
I wish we could tranquilize Emma, but we need her awake so she can
do
swim.
it.
I can't!
Come on, deep down inside, you know you can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. In the
Is
flu.
this stock footage of
It wants me. It
what I
won't let me
assume
go.
is a lake?
Then close
More
your
interesting
eyes.
than the
I'll
codec
guide
screen.
you.
I was injected with something. My legs.
That's a
I
good
had
point,
trouble
Teague.
moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest. First, we'll head to filter chamber
Kojima's
2.
bathtub.
Then we'll take a break.
And all I have to do is hold my breath.
I've missed your humour in this stream, Ninja.
How long?
I hope you'll be there for all of MGS3.
Sure?
You'll really
Of course
liven it
I'm
up.
sure. That's how I got here.
I don't think I can do it. I'm not good at holding my breath.
Look, Emma, I have an idea.
I don't know when we're going to do MGS3. I was honestly debating just doing RE3 tonight.
Put your ear against
And I
my
looked at
chest
my
and
shelf.
Listen to my heartbeat.
And I was like, oh yeah, there's the Metal Gear Solid
Count the
HD
beats.
box.
Don't think about
I was
anything
supposed to be
else. When you
continuing
reach
that at some
100,
point.
Open your eyes. By that time, we'll be on the other side. Give me a signal if you think you're running out of breath.
God, we're going to be going
What
for
will you
so
do
much
then?
longer, aren't we?
I'll swim faster.
Why does it feel like the plant section is longer than MGS1 was? Yeah, I remember.
Okay, let's go.
I'm closing my eyes.
Take some deep breaths. 1, 2,
The answer is because of cutscenes. There's actually less gameplay in MGS2 than there is in MGS1.
You know, you should wear contacts.
It's longer.
My eyes. I wear them for show.
But there's less
Trying to
gameplay.
be different from the other girls?
I'll be honest, Ninja, I didn't
I like glasses.
think
And
it was going to be this long. It's been a while since I've done MGS2.
No. Somebody more important. Anyway, they bring me luck.
I see. Okay, let's go.
Please don't put your crotch against me, you've got pee pants. Well, after that riveting 20 seconds of gameplay, let's have more codec conversations and cutscenes. Like, oh my fucking god, I keep complaining about this, but it keeps being relevant to complain about.
You did good.
It was less than a minute.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid.
Pretty much. Like MGS3 starts with a long sequence of cutscenes.
I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride.
Cutscene, codec
I was sleeping with my ear
conversation,
against his back.
or radio
I could hear his
conversations.
heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then. We were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to
Well,
tag along.
Huey's first marriage.
My brother didn't have any close friends.
He never
so he
married
used to take
Hal's
care of me.
mother.
We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife.
But from that picture, it looks
But
like your
it was
brother is
always
probably at least 10 years older than you. It's kind of creepy.
You know what I mean?
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
There it
Good
is.
job. Get her over to Shell 1 as soon as you can.
That's going to be hard with the
Yeah, when it
connecting
comes
bridge
down
on
to
the
it,
upper
like-
level destroyed.
Didn't Olga say something about taking the oil fence at the bottom of Strut L?
Yeah, I remember that.
You should be able to go
MGS3
down
has a
by way
bunch,
of
but
Strut
MGS3
L.
is
Try
also
and get over
a
there.
much longer
What about
game.
Emma? She's been injected with something and she can't walk without any
Like-
help.
Take her with you. Free your hands of any equipment and hold down the action button to give her a hand.
The
To
gameplay in
release your grip
MGS3
on her,
tends to
take
go
your
for a
finger
while.
off the action button. Emma can sit and wait until you help her back up. And be careful. You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leading her. Now head for Strut L.
We're on
Like
our
hell,
way.
after the conversation with the boss in the first area of MGS3, there's no mandatory radio
we've infiltrated the
conversation
computer
until
room.
you
What's your
get to
situation?
Emma's
where
safe.
Sokolov
We're
is being
heading your
held.
way.
Good job.
Shell 1's deserted. Looks like everybody's aboard
It
Arsenal.
really does feel
I
like
had a
that.
look at the system.
And
But
again,
there's nothing I
the
can do.
codec
He's our
conversations in
only
this.
Right.
At least in
put her on
MGS3, people don't say, hey, call me on the radio while
I'll
you're
use
right
my
in front of me.
Kodak as a relay. Here she is.
How?
It's like I've been timing the codec conversations or with the stopwatch.
Why are you involved
I missed a
with Metal
bunch
Gear?
at the start.
You knew our
I only
family's
started
dark history and still got involved?
recording it.
What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why
Where
are
were
you
we when I
repeating the
started
same
recording
mistake?
it? Like, had we met
wanted to
Stillman
hurt
by
you.
that point, or was that
I wanted
later?
to see you
But the point is,
suffer.
like, we're
You
over an
abandoned
hour
me.
of codec
No,
conversations
that's not what
now.
happened.
All right, that's enough.
We've been going for almost 5 hours.
Hans, Emma.
Over a fifth
Enough
of that
with the
has
sibling
been
rivalry.
That's
codec.
not what this is.
We haven't got time for this. Raiden, get her over here right now.
And I want to make the point that I've not been counting the
Gotcha,
time
Snake. I'll head over there with
for
Emma.
the optional
Most of the
codec
enemies
conversations
board
that I've done
Arsenal,
myself.
But I suggest you be careful. Make sure Emma gets
Just the
here
ones
in
that we're
one
forced
piece.
into.
Raiden, take care of my sister.
Don't worry. I'll get her there.
Like, god damn. Was this necessary? You know what? That's not a bad idea,
Waiting
Ninja.
for us in Shell 1's computer room. I've got this disk that the president gave me. This disk is supposed to
Oh,
contain a
Haven.
virus that can corrupt Arsenal
How you
Gear's
doing, buddy?
operating system. We need you to...
This is...
It's been a while since I've seen you. How you doing?
Why did the president give it to you? Did something happen to the president?
Welcome to the full playthrough of the plant chapter. In almost 5 hours, we've got at least 2 hours left. I'm starting to regret this.
President. He's dead.
What?
I was the only one in the room.
You actually wrote this virus?
It's not really a virus. It's more like a worm
It was me, Emma. It was me all along.
It's effect autonomous program that's designed to invade GW's cerebrum and render its nerve connections useless.
You know what GW is?
Of course. I created it.
Huh?
You look surprised.
Well...
Yeah, I did
Cat
comment
by
on
the
that. I'd
time?
actually completely
I'm
forgotten
sorry.
about it.
How about the Patriots? Ever heard of them?
Yes, but I only know what
24-hour Metal Gear stream. So what would that have been like? Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and maybe
Sure,
part of
but
3?
it's hard to put into words.
Right.
Oh, god damn it.
Are you reading me, Emma?
Yes, loud and clear.
The president said that Arsenal Gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global
I
scale.
appreciate popping in,
Data
Warhaven.
processing system?
That's right.
Almost all the way through
system's a social
3.
device
Fucking
for
hell.
maintaining the Patriots'
3
control.
would take me like at least 12 hours.
Well, in this day and age, information
But then it's
emerges
been a
from every
while since
direction
I've done
and is
3.
freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily
I should probably
basis.
take a minute. I should probably take a
Patriots
break
seem to be
soon and go and
afraid
get
of this
another drink or something. Maybe
Apparently,
some
they believe
snacks.
that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
Because this is going to go for at least another 2 hours.
You're aware of Solid Snake's
I really
anti-Metal
should
Gear
have
activities, aren't you?
thought about this more
I know
before I
a little
started
about
it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information.
Yeah, you talk about like the
I can
flashback
guarantee
30
you
minutes
the
ago.
Patriots
It's a
did not
very
want
anime
Solid
thing
Snake's
to
name
do.
publicized.
Like, hey,
Now,
remember
look at it
that
like
thing that
this.
happened
Political
last
scandal,
episode?
Corporate corruption. Up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving
Probably should.
events. But with their
It's not
existing
really
data
hit me yet. I'm
processing
not
system, they're no longer
really in
able to
need for the
effectively
bathroom,
control the flow
but
of
it's gonna
information
happen. I've
generated
had like a
at an
liter of
individual
orange
level.
juice.
With the
It's
newly
gonna
created
happen.
system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the
We'll
lifespan
laugh,
of the
we'll
average
cry.
individual, is extremely limited. On the
We'll
other
overthrow
hand,
the Lally
digital
Lulelo.
information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate.
So?
The alphabet, 26 letters, right?
Oh, what, you streaming for 24 hours, Warhaven?
What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
Well, Teek's still here, Ninja, if you want to talk about
Something
burning down the
similar is already
establishment.
underway. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000.
This was
That's what
2001.
was announced at the turn of the century, but there's actually 100,000
The
according to the
disappearance.
original theory
Yeah,
advanced
this
by the
was
scientific community.
2001.
Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
It has aged very well. It's got a very
Why?
clean visual
How would you
style
know?
that upscales
Do you
quite
know what a
nicely.
gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
Like, I've compared this in the past with the Splinter Cell HD collection,
And their
where
reports have
Splinter
already
Cell
been
was
severely
arguably
altered.
more impressive when it
I'm
came out than
beginning to
this,
believe
and it
the
came out
doctored
after
reports.
this. But the
GW
Splinter Cell
system
HD
that
collection
allows
looks
the
so much
Patriots to
worse.
decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
What games you planning on playing for the
Is
stream?
one
For your
huge
24-hour stream,
censorship
Warhaven?
system for deleting information
Bro,
which
went to
might
get a
be
drink.
inconvenient to the Patriots.
We've been watching this We'll Be Right Back stream for 24 years.
Handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal.
One day he'll
It's the
come
only
back and
system in the
finish
world with an optic
MGS2.
neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion
Yeah,
hertz.
it'd be nice to see a new Splinter Cell. I've been debating doing
and complex logic played a significant role in your
Splinter Cell at some
association with the
point.
Metal Gear project.
That's not the only reason.
It's like, do I want to do Splinter Cell? Do I want to do Pandora tomorrow? Or would I just play Chaos Theory and then never go back to the series again?
Do you?
So Arsenal Gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Oh, he knows what day today is,
yes.
Chansum. He just
It's
doesn't
armed
know what
with
day
everything,
tomorrow is.
including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
I'll wake you up when September ends,
GW
Ninja.
is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for
I haven't been paying
executing the
attention to any of
tasks
this.
exists within our social structure.
What?
Like, everything that they're saying here is kind of
Do you
reasonable.
remember the panic that gripped the computer industry prior to the end of the century?
You mean the Y2K problem?
That's right. If you recall,
But it comes
our
across as
government
like Star
supplied the
Trek
world with
techno
a
babble.
countermeasure program, using the internet at full capacity. The program was distributed
Yeah,
to
pretty
every
much.
governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Yeah, my birthday was last week.
The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes.
9 days now.
And everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably. But the overall system isn't actually
That's a lot of variation there,
complete. It lacks
Warhaven.
the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data.
No, on my birthday, I played
all this happens.
Kyoei Toshi, remember,
It's not your
Ninja?
fault. If it wasn't for
The game with
terrorists-
monsters
Yeah,
with
you're
giant kaiju attacking
Well,
Tokyo.
I think that's about all I know.
Right.
Thank you, Chanson.
Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
You
bird
you
in
know,
the
you're
computer
entirely
room.
right,
Is he
Teague. But then you could probably argue that of
Excuse me,
almost
he's a
everything
parrot,
in this game.
and he's my best
Come
friend.
MGS4,
My only
so
friend.
little of this matters.
The bird's okay.
Good. Did you know that in the old days, miners used to take a canary into the mine shafts to detect toxic gas?
Like,
That's what
because my birthday was on a Tuesday
No.
this year, so it was part of the regular
need some of the
streaming schedule.
Right. I think we'd better get moving.
But I decided, you know what, I want to do
We've
something
got a
else.
little longer
I almost
to cover
started
than the last
Bloodborne. You guys were like,
give it my
really? You want to do
best.
Bloodborne?
Whatever you do,
And it's like,
don't
you know
open
what?
your eyes.
You're right.
Why
Let's
not?
do something
A dead
else, and we won't be
body, not
Kyoei
a pretty
Toshi.
sight.
City shrouded in shadow.
Once we get past it, it'll be too
That was
dark to
fun.
see
Maybe we'll go
anything.
back to it one day. Godzilla finally appeared. Like, what's that quote? There's a really good quote I made.
What are those sticks in your head?
These?
There's a
They're
really
laughing
good quote I
chopsticks.
said. Here it
They
is.
hold
It's the
your hair in
last
place.
quote.
Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
Okay, let's go.
Can we date Emma instead of Rose? Alright, let's try and get through this. It feels like my oxygen's going down a lot faster this time than it was earlier. Like, bearing in mind, we got through this entire section in one breath. Thanks, Warhaven. It wasn't a bad stream. Like, Ninja was here and Ninja was cool. Really livened up the Kyoei Toshi stream. Bane was here offering a bunch of support and taking some quotes down, like he usually does. Like, Bane's good with the quote system. You know, like, that's actually a better reason than the reason we're given, Chansum. Complain about house chores. Oh no, bugs. Come on, Emma.
I can't stand bugs! I am not moving!
What you're supposed to do, and like after a little while, the phone that we got off the ninja will vibrate, and it'll tell you, use the coolant to get rid of the bugs. This is faster. And she's awake now. Well, you're always welcome, Warhaven.
Freeze!
We're always hoping to do good stuff. And we got the Sonic Marathon going on at the minute. Adventure 2 is probably going to end tomorrow, and then we start Heroes. And it's not that Heroes is bad, it's that Heroes has to be done 4 times. Did Clem come back yet? I want to talk to him about when Ali did this section. Purple Ninja is a hero. Come on. Let's get moving. Not all ninjas wear capes. Not all heroes wear capes. Some heroes wear cowls.
Freeze!
I feel like if you were going to be any ninja though, you'd be Beverly Hills Ninja. Everybody remember Beverly Hills Ninja?
Freeze!
Yeah, it's just gone midnight. People remember Beverly Hills Ninja, alright. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Apparently Chris Farley did actually fully record his lines for Shrek. Because he was cast as Shrek. And he fully recorded his lines. I'm super curious about how that movie went. Because when they brought Mike Myers in to replace him after he died, Mike Myers apparently changed the tone of the entire movie. Well, you're only a bumbling buffoon until the end of the movie, Ninja. At which point you become the most hyper-competent character in the universe. Sure there's a third one, and it's bothering me that I can't see it. That's a great character arc. It's a pretty standard character arc in comedy. One thing I really liked about watching Spy with Melissa McCarthy was that that's not the character arc. Which was a nice change from a bunch of spy comedies starring people who you wouldn't expect to be spies. That went out a lot easier than it usually does. Nope, gotta have her with her. Yeah, I've not watched Central Intelligence. I think it's on one of my streaming services.
Damn it.
It might be on Netflix.
This door is security level 5.
But I
don't
haven't
have
watched it.
card 5. Damn.
Giving up already? Ta-da!
What the?
Are you impressed?
I feel like I'm not that big on Kevin Hart, but I've not actually watched that much with him
The
in.
truth is, I just remembered it myself.
I think the only movie I've watched with Kevin Hart in was Ride Along. You know, if I'm going to watch any movie with The Rock in, I want to watch Hobbs and Shaw. I like how stupid fun the Fast and the Furious movies are. And just straight out making it an action movie is something I'd be really into. The rundown doesn't sound familiar. Then again, I feel like a lot of the movies The Rock did, especially earlier in his career, which weren't great, probably went under the radar. I remember Welcome to the Jungle, which had Sean William Scott in it as well. Rosario Dawson's always good. I'm gonna quickly look into this because it's gonna be a fairly long conversation anyway. The rundown. Yeah, the rundown known internationally as Welcome to the Jungle.
What is it?
God damn.
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights. The water's higher on my phobia list. Why?
Well, we have to go down a ladder.
Who would have
How
thought?
far down?
Just a little bit.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? How little is little?
Yeah, I really like Jason
About
Statham.
130 feet.
It was one of my favourite things about Spy
Would you take no
as
for
a
an
comedy,
answer?
that it
How are
had
your
Jason
legs?
Statham playing
Better.
Jason
The
Statham's
numbness is gone.
typical character,
I can climb
being
down
like
on my own.
really over the top with it.
Follow me.
It was so much fun. Yeah, it's not often you find something that is actually called something just completely different internationally. Like, sometimes maybe a variation on the title, but to be have a completely different name is weird. Spy was a lot of fun. I liked how
Sunset. It's beautiful.
once Melissa McCarthy's character got over her first kill, she was really capable.
If we don't hurry, it'll be the last.
It's like, oh,
we
here's
see.
this character who was actually one of the best agents in the academy and just never went into field work. And then she goes into field work, and once she does her first kill, it's like, first kill, and then throws up. But then after that, he's fantastic.
Enemy soldiers.
And it was a
gun
really nice
snipers.
change from the
I don't
usual
think
shit
we're
you
gonna
get
be
with
able to
that.
Slip past all that. Looks like it can barely support one person. How much do you weigh, Emma?
Are you gonna ask me how old I am next?
If you go alone, I think you can make it across.
Do I have the thermal goggles?
This is Raiden. Do you read me? Yeah.
God, I hope
What's up?
so.
We've made it to the lower part of Strut L. We'll have to cross the water from here.
Can Emma walk?
Yeah, she's okay. The pontoon bridge doesn't look too sturdy. Emma's gonna have to cross it alone.
How old are you, Emma?
The oil fence.
Are you old enough?
There are ciphers and several guards.
Are you at least
Right.
22?
You're carrying a PSG-1, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's time to play sniper.
Not bad. This spot gives me a good view of the targets.
You're going to have to cover Emma until she crosses to strut E. I'll
The
get there and
dating.
provide some support of my own.
Thanks.
Think you can handle it?
Yeah, I know the drill. I faced a similar situation in advanced mode level 4 VR training.
For the most part, Guy Ritchie.
VR.
This is a thing. I was talking about this during the Kyoei Toshi stream.
Right now, with
Like,
Arsenal's boarding in progress,
different
security
country
should be at a
cinema.
minimum. That doesn't
You'll
mean it's
with
going
the
to be easy.
in
Given the
with in being
situation,
America,
they've
like
probably got
Hollywood is
claymores
known
in place
everywhere.
To make up for the security shortage, make sure you use your thermal goggles.
Right.
Okay.
But in
heading for
America,
strike.
you only hear about specific
Emma, are you
British
reading
films
me?
Loud and clear.
when they're really
I'm gonna
good.
clear a path for you from here.
How?
And you don't really
Sniper
hear
fire.
about a lot of the crap
Kidding.
ones,
Trust me.
What if I fall into
and
the
you don't
sea?
generally
I can't swim.
hear about a
Doing
lot of
pretty
the
good a few minutes ago.
more
Okay.
controversial
Think you
ones.
can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
And the same is true of like we don't really hear about a
get
lot
going.
of French
You'll be
movies unless they're
fine.
really good. Blah blah blah, that kind of thing. In general, we don't really. Oh, are these? Thank God. In general, like we don't really have a big thing of praising Guy Ritchie just because he's Guy Ritchie. Like, Guy Ritchie's done some fantastic films. He's done some crap ones as well. Like, Lock, Stock is fantastic. Snatch is fantastic. I finally got around to watching Rock and Roller recently because it was on Netflix. And it's fantastic. Ah, shit, I don't have the I don't have the trank gun. Is this going to be the end of the no-kill playthrough? Yeah, Rock and Roller was really good. I've heard Revolver isn't considered to be that good. God damn it. At this range, Teak? Fuck, you're right, I probably could have. God damn it. Now I'm gonna have to go all out and just murder everything to make up for this. But yeah, I've heard, like, Revolver wasn't great, but I've not watched it. Again, with Tarantino, his film making style is pretty unique. Some of them are good, some of them aren't so much. Reservoir Dogs I really enjoyed. Pulp Fiction's fantastic. I'm not overly into Inglourious Bastards. I'm not big on Jackie Brown. The Hateful Eight was kind of enjoyable. Kill Bill is fantastic and I really like it. Damn it, we missed the conversation. What game after Kill Bill? Death Proof? I'm not that into Death Proof. We talk about the Grindhouse stuff, I was more into Planet Terror than Death Proof. It comes thing, like, I was talking to my brother about this earlier, like, going into a film because of a director is kind of a
Do me a favor.
risky idea.
Take out whatever I miss.
Some directors put out some good stuff, but every director will have their duds. I've not watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I'm not entirely sure that I want to. It doesn't sound like my kind of film. I can believe that. That was more awkward than it needed to be. Well, this thing, like, Tim Burton used to be fantastic. Like, Batman. Come on. Mars Attacks, Ed Wood. Like, some fantastic movies. Then Tim Burton just kind of stopped doing those good movies.
Do this.
Yeah, he kind of really has.
What am I doing here?
I hope she gets on there before that camera spots her.
I'm so tired. I can't do this.
I feel like liking something like Tarantino's movies or Guy Ritchie's movies a little easier because they made very similar styles of movies for an extended period. Could really do with some Phantasm in here. I'd rather not have to call Snake because I always feel like that's the game taking the piss out of you.
Freeze! A girl? What are you doing here?
It's not by choice, thank you very much.
Oh,
You're not gonna shoot me.
no.
Why not?
I think Sleeping
Stay away
Hollow was a
from
decent
looking
movie.
when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
Ancient history. Don't worry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But yeah, with Tarantino and Guy Ritchie, they made a bunch of movies with a very specific style. With Tarantino, it was the
Don't mention it. Just run like
stories
hell.
that are told chronologically out of order.
This place is about to sink. Just get out fast, okay?
With Guy Ritchie, it was the whole thing of
What?
What's your name?
Don't have one.
Huh?
Okay, fine. It's Johnny.
with Guy Ritchie, it's the whole thing of multiple characters, multiple separate plot lines, all converge into together at the end.
What a weird guy.
Then they start doing something different to that because they've been accused of just doing the same thing constantly. They start doing something different. Ah shit, I haven't got any Phantasm in for Van. There we go, finally, jeez. Like Sherlock Holmes, very different kind of movie from the stuff Guy Ritchie made previously. And then that King Arthur movie he made, which I've heard wasn't very good. And then for some reason after that, he made a Robin Hood movie.
This isn't happening.
I enjoyed the first Sherlock Holmes movie. I thought I got the claymores. I went over each bridge multiple times with the fucking thermal goggles. Ugh. I thought the first one was good. I thought the second one was a massive wasted opportunity. Will this reset my counter? Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing a third Sherlock Holmes movie to try and make up for the second one. You know what, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna kill them, it'll be simpler. I felt like I should have enjoyed the second one, and I just didn't. Does one girl really need 4 guys shooting at her? Might be a little excessive. Are you in charge of these terrorists, Ninja? Was it you? Was it you, Austin? Was it you all along? I'm coming for you, Ninja. I feel like Moriarty was wasted. I want to watch the American Sherlock series. Because, like, there was the Guy Ritchie film, and then around the same time there was the modern Sherlock series that was done in the UK with Benedict Cumberbatch.
Phew. Safe, I guess. If I've managed to get
And then there was the US one, Elementary.
What is the deal with him?
I don't know what channel it was on, but yeah, Elementary.
And I'm not really sure about the way he holds my hand.
Had Lucy Liu in it.
He's easy on the eyes, though, so I guess I can let that slide. But I got my own ideas about that hair.
I feel like Sherlock did Moriarty fine. The problem was everything after Moriarty.
I could ask him later. But he'd probably get ticked
Is it not that good, Warhaven? The BBC series, like the last series of Sherlock that came out, was shit. Hated it. Well, there is always the problem with watching American series like that. They're always like 45 minutes per episode. 20-odd episodes per season. It's so much time to throw down into a series. You know, I've never seen Monk or Psyche. I already heard that. I've heard of Monk. I don't think I've heard of Psyche, but I've never seen either of them. I've seen Psyche, but I've never heard of Psyche. I'm here with redundant statements. Welcome to the Midnight Channel, where we have redundant statements all the time. That gun camera came out of nowhere. Well, Sherlock was 3 episodes per series, Ninja. Each episode being like 90 minutes. Hey Star, how you doing? You know, you say it's because Americans have a work ethic, Teak. I think it's because Americans like to milk money. Like, it's more common to find a British series that ended because they decided it was enough. Meanwhile, American series tend to go on until not enough people are watching them anymore to make a profit. The only thing I know about the Dracula series, if we're talking about the BBC series, is the advertisement they had for it, which was pretty good. Like, as night fell, the lights around it came on, and basically created an image, a shadow image of Dracula, that you could only see at night. And it was really cool. Well, that's the only thing I know about the new Dracula, more recent BBC Dracula series. I feel like Dracula as a story is just kind of overplayed now. I already took the mines out, Star. What sort of award would I like? I don't have the PSG-1T. I was doing a non-lethal playthrough. Then I got here and realised, shit, I didn't get the PSG-1T. You know, I forgot about that, honestly, Star. Clem was here earlier, he had to go do something. But I wanted to talk about that bit Alice took ages on. When you take Emma out of the elevator across the first floor of the Shell 2. Vamp, you're like a foot taller than her. What did you think hiding behind her was gonna do? Chansom's got it. There's a good response there, Chansom. But yeah, like, the whole thing of American TV shows pushing for syndication, kind of a big part of the reason why these days I prefer to watch movies instead of TV shows. A lot of the TV shows we get are American, and they're like so many episodes per season, and at what point do I end up realising I've wasted like 13 hours and this season was shit? That said, I do need to go back and finish Hannibal though. Hannibal was not shit.
Right.
It's good. Matt Mikkelsen is really good. Very charismatic.
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there.
That's
right
not a
now.
bad thing. 12 to 15 episodes.
Get that
A change in
disc
the
over
industry
here as
like
soon
that
as
isn't
possible. I'm
necessarily a
afraid her
bad
time's
thing.
running out. I'll be there.
There's some garbage British TV. Like, garbage isn't exclusive to American TV. Hannibal shouldn't exist? What's that about, Teague? It's like I say with the movies, like, the stuff you tend to get over there
What's your situation over there?
is generally the really good stuff. You avoid a lot of the shit.
To GW's defensive capabilities. All we need now is your disc. You'd better hurry. I don't think she's gonna make it.
Oh, you mean that it's weird that it even exists at all because it's way more than you think.
With everybody aboard Arsenal right now.
Understood.
Oh, we've got terrible reality TV. The Only Way is Essex, Geordie Shore, shit like that. Zone of the Enders. I really need to watch Luther. Mostly just because I do quite like Idris Elba. I think he's a really charming and charismatic actor. I feel like Hannibal may have actually existed because Breaking Bad was so successful. But I might be wrong. The time frame for that might be wrong. Like, yeah, Bacon Bread. Because I've not watched Breaking Bad, and I'm probably not going to watch it, it's not my kind of thing. But, like, with stuff like Game of Thrones, regardless of how bad Game of Thrones ended, Game of Thrones was very popular throughout its entire run. And, like, 15 years ago, could you have imagined a show like Game of Thrones running on any network? Game of Thrones was great until the later seasons. And let's be fair, season 8 was trash. No, I've not seen The Sopranos. It's not available on any streaming service. I want to watch The Wire, actually, but that's not available on any streaming services I have. Yeah, I was with Game of Thrones at the end, and...
How's Emma? I think he got some internal organs. We can't stop the bleeding.
I'm here.
Got the disc. Emma set everything up. Apparently all you have to do is pop in the disc.
That should insert the virus into the AI.
Is it working?
Just leave it to Emma.
This is a mean banana bread.
An antibody agent?
Damn! The connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%. Otacon.
I don't think Emma's made any mistakes.
But
a portion of the worm cluster might have been altered after the disc left Emma's hands.
Does any of this end up meaning
Will the
anything?
virus still work?
I don't think it does.
I have no idea.
Chat's running off without me.
Hal, is everything all right?
No, Archon, it's really not.
It's all right.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Everything's
you
all right.
lying son of a bitch.
At least I won't be adding
I don't know, Ninja.
another page
I don't know.
to our family's dark history.
Yeah, that's right.
That's kind of interesting. Like, you see a lot of Lovecraft influence in video games,
What
but
if the
you don't
virus
see a
doesn't
lot of
work?
Lovecraft
Either
influence
destroy that
in
thing or take out Solomon and his
TV.
men.
How do we get on board?
I don't think we can. Unless somebody inside gives us a hand.
Hal,
She's a sloppy eater, Ninja.
I always...
What is it?
wanted to see you again.
Which Lovecraft game? Warhaven. I've got Call of Cthulhu on Xbox One. I have The Sinking City on PS4. I want to play both of them. I've not started them yet. I have Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth. That's the one that's kind of legendary. I've got that on PC. That was released on original Xbox and PC. It's infamous for being really buggy.
I just wanted you to look at me.
Is it just Call of Cthulhu, or is it Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth that you're talking about, Warhaven?
Never do that.
Don't be so honest. It hurts.
Sorry.
Oh god, they are step-siblings, aren't they? Fucking hell.
You one last favor.
Sure.
Call me Emma.
What?
Please call me Emma.
Big Shell is filled with terrible demons. Ouch. From this day on, call this place Outer Heaven.
What's wrong with EE?
Blech.
Emma?
That's some good fucking work there, Archon.
Emma! Emma!
Hey Archon, my dying wish, would you please call me by my actual name? Why? Well, it's the running joke I say a bunch of times that I don't think I've ever said on the stream, because I don't think there's been a point where I needed to. But it's literally a case of everybody Archon loves dies. It's just Call of Cthulhu, it's not called Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth.
I didn't.
Welcome back, Clem.
didn't leave you.
Told you we'd still be here when you got back.
Because of the accident, I had a relationship with your mother.
That's why I wasn't thinking about you when you were drowning. I was thinking about your mother.
And it went on.
You gotta love how in MGS5 he retroactively fucks with Otacon
He took his own life.
by making his father a
It was
complete and
my
utter
fault.
scumbag.
All my fault. Forgive me, Emma.
Just Call of Cthulhu. Alright, fair enough. The Dark Corners of the Earth is kinda legendary as being like one of the best horror games ever, but it's also incredibly buggy. Like to the point where you can end up in a soft lock game with your save file corrupt. and it's not an uncommon occurrence. But no, I've got Call of Cthulhu on Xbox One, and I've wanted to play it. Not got around to it. Maybe eventually do it for the stream. But are you after finding it physically, Warhaven? Is that why you've not been able to find it?
Attention! Arsenal gear is ready for launch.
Honestly, at this point, Warhaven, you may find it, pick it up, and play it before I do.
What do you mean?
It means we're gonna sink.
We have to get the hostages
With the
out.
state of my
What about
backlog.
The repairs?
Done.
We won't be able to get everybody aboard. We'll just have to take as many as we can.
My sister...
God damn it, Teak.
Come with us.
Just edit that scene, replace Ottocon's crying with Tidus's laugh.
For the evacuation area immediately.
I'm always the survivor. Why, Wolf?
Oh god. I'll be streaming for like 5.5 hours, I'm tired, okay?
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. There's our ride out of here. Anyway, we're gonna have to sink that thing if the virus doesn't work.
Gotta finish Dead Space 2.
I should be going with you.
You've got your job. We've got ours.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Yes.
Wrong.
And also, you have to save the hostages.
Got it?
I cannot fly the helicopter.
Right. Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing. Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
Cool guys don't look at dead girls. They watch her bleed and then walk away. She'll be fine. Oh, have you never played Metal Gear Solid? Warhaven?
Try to get as many hostages out as you can.
Yeah, she's just sleeping,
It's a
ninja.
short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the Kamov.
Leave it to me.
Really? That's interesting.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm counting on you, Otacon.
I love that theme. Fantastic theme.
I miss you.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid as a series is worth looking into. Warhaven. The big issue is, like, if you want to play them all, you have to have a PS3. Like, you can get the original Metal Gear Solid. It's a PS1 game, so you're gonna have to have a way to play the PS1 game. 2 and 3 are on the HD collection. I'm playing it on Xbox via backwards compatibility, and then 4 you have to play it on PS3 because it's exclusive.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always.
In that case, Warhaven, maybe see about picking up the original Metal Gear Solid as a PS1 classic. I think it runs for like $10.
But we were wrong.
sales on the PS1 classics don't really happen that often now.
You have to go out and find it. 4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to.
You were wishing for a happy family while you were building Metal Gear Rex.
I wish I knew that sooner. I learned that I could love, as you probably did, Emma.
You think he's gonna be okay?
He's tougher than he looks. Consider it
The
done.
robot was gonna make me happy.
Now, how do
Well,
we
things
open
are
this
about to get weird.
You can come out now.
Warhaven.
A ninja? What the?
A ninja?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, don't fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden. I wouldn't do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
It's weird that Snake chooses to be a dick here.
You ready for some shit?
Oh, the ninja is the only Russian that we've seen in the game. Who could have guessed that the only Russian in the game would secretly be the ninja with the Russian accent? That's a lot of chains. Gonna be honest with you, Warhaven, what we've got coming up isn't gonna make more sense if you'd played Metal Gear Solid 1 and come in at the start of MGS2. So I want to make the point to you right now that you're gonna get confused now, and it's not because you haven't played the rest of the stuff that came before this.
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point?
This is probably a good time for me to take a quick break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you in Rose's capable hands with those dead eyes. I'm from Manchester. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom, get a drink, grab a couple of snacks for the long cutscene fest that's about to happen, and we'll be right back. Don't touch that dial. And we're back.
Is he still alive?
He was when Olga brought him in. I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy. NSA, CIA,
A lot of
FBI.
cutscenes to go with now.
He doesn't exist in any database. He's
Hey,
a
Johnson.
non-existent operative from a non-existent organization.
I suspected as much. However, I know this man. Wake him up. It's been a while, hasn't
Why
it?
does this even exist
Jack
here?
the Ripper?
Thanks for the cheers, Wyvern. Do what?
You remember me, don't
Do
you?
what, though?
You've grown. High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory, too?
Oh, that's better now.
This is my son. I taught him everything.
It's gonna get weird, honestly, Warhaven.
Jack, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me?
You don't remember. Your name, your skills.
Where did the tentacles come
Everything
from?
you know, you
Why is
learn
the
from
US
me.
Army making equipment made of tentacles?
The 80s. The Civil War. You were one of the best among the child soldiers that fought in that conflict. When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the small boy unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper. Jack, I was your godfather. I named you. When the war ended, you disappeared from the relief center. I wondered what happened to you. I should have known they would recruit you.
It's an interesting coincidence.
If he's a lackey for the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest.
Yeah, it's a weirdly dark turn to make Raiden
We'll use him
out
like you
to have been a child
What about
soldier.
Dead Cell?
Weird.
Ignore them. Happening again?
Could it be that he's here too?
We needed to make sure that the Patriots didn't put implants in his
In
dick.
another hour, we demonstrate the power of Arsenal gear.
Attack with standard weapons, of course.
Yes, proceed as planned.
At last report, all is well with GW.
How about the troops?
The men are being refitted with Arsenal gear equipment as ordered. You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
Fun
Is
fact.
that so? Perhaps I should be grateful
Big
to
Boss,
this kid.
I mentioned this earlier, Big Boss lost his other eye. Shoulders lost his left, Big Boss lost his right.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Is it because this room is very clearly based on Shadow Moses?
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course.
For no reason.
Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses. I'll take this back. You don't need this anymore, do you?
No, unless you're going to play Metal Gear 1 and 2, which isn't all that common
The
and
foul
isn't
wind is
necessary, to
blowing.
be honest.
We shall speak again.
Don't move. Stay as you are. We're being monitored by a camera.
What are you up to?
I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Like, Big Boss is the final boss of Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. We haven't streamed either of those.
No, that was just a smoke.
Metal Gear Solid is actually the third game in the series.
I was sent to provide you support.
Support?
And the first one that was released in the US.
The Patriots.
There's Metal Gear on the NES, but that's kind of its own thing.
Betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots. It all started 2 years ago when I lost my father during the tanker incident. My men and I had nowhere to go.
A lot of the actual backstory for Big Boss doesn't happen until MGS3 though, so you don't have to worry about missing anything with Big Boss Warhaven.
Actually, I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
Have you ever met your child?
No. Once a month, they send me a photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my
Except for that
arms.
1 month where they sent you a picture of a scorpion. It was like, oh wait, that's the wrong picture.
Nobody can blame you for what you did.
That's your opinion.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives.
That is cool. Like, a lot of Metal Gear Solid timeline is kind of weird. Chronologically, it goes Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain, Metal Gear, Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 4, and then Metal Gear Rising.
Around the time you were holding hands with that girl.
Snake.
Dragged her on the boat.
So you joined hands with him to pay back a debt?
No, mutual gain.
Was I muted then? Did you guys hear
My
any
job
of my
was to assist
explanation of the chronology?
If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your
Oh,
mission
wasn't
is a
muted.
failure. The Patriots would judge that as failure on my part and terminate my child.
Oh, you did.
Putting
Awesome.
it simply, my child's life depends on your success.
So you did it all for your child. But why would the Patriots want to help me? Are they hoping I'll take Solidus out?
No, you're just like me. We're just pawns.
Pawns for what purpose?
The S3 plan.
It was fairly straightforward
You'll
until
figure
Metal
it
Gear
out
Solid
sooner or
3
later,
happened
but
and
I
was a
wonder if you'll
prequel.
handle the truth.
What do you mean?
But like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and
Solidus
5
will
really
commence his attack any
made it
minute.
more
He's got
convoluted.
to be stopped.
What about the virus?
No results so far. I think the Patriots have tampered with the program.
Will it work?
I don't know.
Get me out of this thing.
Not yet. I'll release your restraints after I leave this room.
Where's my gear?
Snake's got everything. I couldn't bring it here.
And where do I find Snake?
The passageway.
Yeah, if you
ahead
want to play
leads
the
to
series
hangar.
from the
He'll
start
be
though,
waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
like specifically from the start with
Snake
Metal
plans
Gear
to destroy
1,
Arsenal gear?
No, even for Snake, it's impossible to.
if you
completely
pick up the
destroy this
HD
thing.
collection,
The only
the
option is to stop
Metal Gear
Solidus
Solid
and his
3
men.
Subsistence, the
Where you
re-release of
Stay
MGS3,
concealed.
came
That's my
with
role.
Metal Gear and Metal Gear
I still
2
can't
Solid
afford to
Snake,
be discovered.
fully translated in English for the first time. And the HD version keeps those.
Olga.
So if you pick up the
Can't keep
HD
this up.
version,
They're bound to
the
find
HD
you.
collection,
Listen, I'll free you in
you
a little
get
while. Brace yourself.
the original games. I wouldn't say it's entirely necessary to play Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear Solid was purposely designed so it doesn't require the first two.
Jack, are you alright?
Oh god, fuck off.
Yeah.
Jack, is it true? What Solidus said?
Yes.
It's unbelievable. Drafting small children, sending them to war? It's not allowed under international conventions.
ICC rules don't mean a lot in war. Someone told me that
Yeah, I
there
feel
are
like
over
if you go into a
300,000
war zone,
children in
you'll
combat
probably
right
find
now.
a lot of those
I was
rules
just
being
one of
broken.
them.
So you remember?
be fair,
I
Ninja,
thought your
being
memory
punched in the
had been
penis would probably hurt
manipulated
less
by
than being
them.
punched directly in the
It
stomach.
was, but I have nightmares every day. Pieces of the past I can't put together.
Your fucking business,
Why didn't
Rose.
you tell
Piss
me?
off.
You couldn't begin to understand.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get
To
hurt.
be fair, Rose, how do you turn around to somebody
there
and
was never
say,
a real reason for me to fight.
"Oh hey,
except that someone
I was a
put gun in
child
my
soldier
hand,
in my youth.
and that someone was
Will
him.
you still love me?
It
I
wasn't
committed
your
horrible
fault.
atrocities
If
in
I
war
survived the day's
before
fight,
the age of
I
10.
was praised, fed, and had a bed to sleep in. I think I was only 6 when I held my first AK. But I'm not even sure of that.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
It's okay. No one is blaming you.
We were shown Hollywood action films every day. The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training.
Ugh.
They built us from the ground up into killing machines. We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
The gunpowder had toluene in it, giving it hallucinogenic properties. It kept us drugged, controllable.
Oh my god!
When the Civil War ended, those of us who survived were taken in by NGOs. They gave me a new life in the States. I can't complain. But nothing's changed. The only people who have no problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares. Every night. I can never forget.
Jack.
I'm afraid of the night. That's why I don't sleep next to you.
You should have told me.
Told you what? That I'm a killer? And always have been?
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of with...
No.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my
I'm kind of
own
with
past.
Raiden on this. How do you tell somebody that you
or
were a former
anyone to
child
know
soldier?
about it. Now I know why I was chosen for this mission. No one can take him on, take him down, except me.
I think that's the second time that my emote has popped up on the stream.
As I saw Solidus.
Jack, I love you the way you are now. You have to believe me.
Jack,
I didn't know anything about you, I admit that. Where you
were...
were born, how you grew up. But I know that now. And I know that what I feel for you can only get better. And I'll share in your past if that's the price.
It doesn't work that way. No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
I accept the good and the bad, Jack. That's what you do for someone you love.
I don't want to share my past with anyone. I just want to forget about it.
Jack, I haven't told you.
Actually, the fun thing,
about what I've
Warhaven,
done.
you didn't catch it at the start,
The last 2 years with
but
you.
one of the conditions for reading...
Ever hoped for.
Jack.
But I can't go any farther.
One of the conditions for Rose being in this mission,
I can't.
like the only condition
can't
really
risk
that the
starting
Colonel
a
gives her,
family.
is that she call
no way to erase
Raiden
my
by his code
childhood.
name. And she's like, yeah, sure, cool. And then she
It's
calls it
all right,
him
Jack.
once, and then she's never
Please,
called us Raiden
don't say anymore.
since. Fucking finally. Get out of here. So yeah, for some reason, this place is very clearly the room, the torture room from Shadow Moses. It's never really explained why. Got a crack, but no visible hole. Fun fact, people have checked and found out. You know what, there's actually a sequence in a minute where we can really point it out. Raiden ain't got no booty.
Raiden, do you copy? You must continue your mission.
I've lost all my gear. I need to locate Snake.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
That's true. You won't be able to attack or enter the hanging mode either.
I think
Is
Snake
that the
has
first
my
time the
gear.
Discord notice has
Raiden,
popped up?
Take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact.
Colonel, are you
I feel
under
like everybody
orders
has
from
a
the
Discord
Patriots?
these days.
Your role, that is mission, is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
When I finally had enough regular viewers that I was like, I feel like I can make a
This is
Discord
type
now,
of role-playing
and it won't just
game.
be me.
The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
It feels like every stream I go into just has Discord anyway.
What?
It's like,
That I've never met you in person.
maybe I didn't
Not
need to hold
once.
myself to that higher standard.
Complete your mission according to the simulation.
Colonel, who are
You can go up my Discord
No
if you
more
want, Ninja.
questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
Wait, what? So here's the question. You have a Discord so you can join Discords. Like, here's the fun thing. Like, people have found out that they've done specific moves. If you go... There's a specific point where Raiden's hand isn't covering it. And people have paused the game to see at just the right time and found out Raiden doesn't have any junk. I don't know why people were expecting Raiden to actually have junk.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
Yes, it's true. This
The
man
mission is
has no
obeyed.
dick.
Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it.
I'm gonna answer these codec calls that aren't necessary
Played the game
because
for a
you want to
long
hear them.
time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
It's only been 6 hours. Come on, man. This isn't even a hardcore session. Oh, Colonel Troutman. No,
What was that just now?
it was nothing. Yeah, but then he'll pull you out of jail so you can go fight in Vietnam again. Vietnam never ended. If I can get over there without getting caught, I'll be so happy.
Infiltrate the enemy fortress.
Thank you.
Heaven. Destroy.
The trick for me is really not to keep it going for so long. Because if I do, it's inevitably going to devolve into a different accent. Okay, where are you going to go? I did it. Nice. I'm pretty happy with that.
Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate. I'm sorry. Sorry to bring this up during the mission, but...
Hey, Clem, remember when this was happening in Ali's stream and I started freaking her out? Good times.
Even my patience has its limits. I just can't leave this thing up to you any longer. I'll do the fighting.
Yeah, what is
You
going
can
on,
just
though?
go home.
Who knows? I say, this makes no sense even if you've been paying attention to everything that's happened. It was good times. It was great that she was actually getting kind of freaked out.
13. Rescue Meryl. The return of Ginola.
I'm not a wizard. I'm a robot.
President Baker should be somewhere to the south of where you blasted through the wall. Hurry and save him before the terrorists discover his code.
Okay.
Anonymity or
To be fair, like, even without, even when we have clothes on, the cartwheel is no-handed.
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology.
If it's about that conversation just now, I'm the one who's sorry.
No, it's something else.
This is the conversation that gets really weird.
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
I suppose. Yes. It's an ugly word.
Is it?
Are you still there?
Would it be less ugly if I called you a fraud?
I fell in love with you.
How could anyone?
I can't excuse what I did. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone.
Like the size of your dick.
What I felt for you.
So that's why you were involved in this mission.
You're a damn spy.
Why else would they?
You're a member of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong.
No matter where I go, I get used.
I reinvented myself to suit your tastes. Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great.
What color are her eyes?
Had me completely fooled.
What I really wanted was for you to see the real me.
Blue,
it hurt
maybe?
to play out this artificial romance. It was worse.
It's like, oh, you know, I love the color of your hair. It's brown.
The more love you gave me, the more it hurt. Because I knew the person you loved was just a character.
So it was artificial on my end, too. It was just a game, not the real thing.
The boobs aren't real either.
I feel better knowing that.
What?
We knew you were into
like
J-cups. That's why my breasts don't suit my body frame.
Be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real.
We saw your browser
I don't
history,
know who
Ryder.
you really are.
We know what you're
The
into.
person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that?
This is probably not the best time to get drunk for, because things are going to get way crazier.
I understand, but I have nothing left to...
This doesn't make sense when you're sober.
What?
I'm carrying. I'm pregnant.
I'm pregnant.
Rose, what's going on?
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Fuck you, Snake.
Snake?
Been waiting long?
I'm having a robot baby. See, that's why Raiden doesn't have a booty.
Right over there.
Because Snake's got all the booty. Ah yeah, Adrenals.
That's more like it.
My favourite.
Everything you had when you were captured is still there.
Seriously, why the fuck are we doing codec again?
Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Why didn't you tell me about Olga?
Snake is dummy thick.
Not happy about that? Get over it.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
It's weird that this has come up again so soon.
Looks like
but
it.
like,
From what I
anime
can
doesn't
tell,
have
Arsenal is
penises.
headed for Manhattan. I don't know what Solidus is planning, but we'll have to deal
There's
with it
a
one way or another.
specific
There's also a
censorship
trooper
law in
production
Japan
model raised
that
ahead.
means Japanese
How many
media
units?
literally
25
can't have
according to
penises.
Olga.
25?
Yeah.
That's why
Can't say I've faced
that's why
that
any
many
kind of
Metal Gears
hentai you
before,
may have
but
seen or
I think we
heard
can
of
deal.
No way we can.
We can.
has weird
because we have no
abstract
other
concepts
choice.
instead of
How?
dicks.
I've stocked up on Stinger missiles. Oh yeah, Olga left this for you.
Like I've never watched hentai because I'm just not into hentai. It doesn't really appeal to me. Tentacles aren't my thing. Well, that's the thing. Like it came up, I think, last
Olga
week as
asked
well.
me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan of blades.
Yeah, your father was. Used the knife like it saved his child.
Move the right stick up and down to make a vertical slice, and left and right to slice parallel to the ground. Move the stick in a circle to do a rotating cut.
I've never watched a hentai, but I've seen clips in memes.
You can guard with your blade if you have the LB button pressed down. You should be able to deflect a bullet or two.
You know, that's actually kind of interesting. I noticed that with the Colonel earlier. That the Colonel specifically said, use the back button to bring up the codec. And Snake just said, use the LB button to block. Did they record new lines for this? I don't think he appreciated that. I had the exact same idea, Ninja. The problem is, I'm facing just slightly off. Okay, you know what? You know what, Snake? I think that's enough. I think that's enough.
Come on, time to go. If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely.
You can kill Snake, it's a game over. I'm actually hoping that Snake doesn't die here because I took too much of his health.
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking
Yeah, all the time.
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between
Use the left
reality
bumper to
and a
block the game over.
Diminished sense of reality, huh? VR training will do that.
No, it was field training when I was a kid. I lied, Snake. I have more field experience than I can remember. It's not
I'm more
VR
experienced
that's
than
doing
you are,
this to me.
Snake.
Raiden, we don't carry guns to take people down. We're not here to help some politician either.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future? You can stop
What
being
am I
part of a
fighting for?
mistake, starting now.
What am I?
What am I fighting
supposed to
for?
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
Yeah, the Snake Infinite Ammo thing is a reference to the original MGS where the Merrill ending gets you the Infinite Ammo bandana.
Snake, Raiden.
Otacon, you alright?
Yeah, so are all the hostages.
That's good news.
How's everything on your end?
Cool, how's
All
your
right for
sister?
now, but there is something.
What?
The Colonel's last transmission was strange.
Strange? How?
Just strange. No idea.
Interference?
I don't know.
Where is this Colonel?
I don't know. I've never met the man, actually.
I'll dig around.
Thanks. I owe you.
If there's anything else, call me on the codec. I might be able
You know
to
when
help.
Star
The
says
frequency is
something's mean, it might be a little too
141.12.
mean. Push forward. I wish it was more consistent about what you can block. It feels like it's a very specific angle.
Don't push yourself.
Using a Kita for this? I've always gone with the sword because the stab is an instant kill. Oh, try to get through this with on a non-lethal playthrough.
Snake, are you okay? Snake! Snake!
Maybe I shouldn't have stabbed Snake so much. Use the coolant? How does that work? Ninja. never specified whether I should stab him 1 time or 13. Nah, it's fine, it's a video game. Warhaven, I can just press continue. There you go. Lock this. So here we find out the gun really is better than the sword.
Don't push yourself. Take the other.
If life was a video game, the things I'd do. There we go, finally.
There's a door at the north end of that corridor. Solidus should be somewhere on the other side. Stay with Snake and keep north.
Sorry about that, I was just trying to clear my throat so I could actually speak properly. Right, what did I miss? Giant Snake, they ignore him. Getting stung with coolant till the time runs out. It's weird, I've never seen anything like that. Just be Persona 5 again.
Raiden, about this colonel of yours. I found out where he is.
Where?
Inside Arsenal.
What?
I've checked out all the possibilities, but I keep coming back to Arsenal. It isn't
He's
a
up your
relay
arsenal.
point, it's the origin of the signal. And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
You've been talking to
The
me,
colonel probably isn't GW
dear
per se.
brother.
GW was most likely stimulating cortical activity in the dormant
Raiden!
brain through
Did you like my
manipulation of your own nanomachines.
sunglasses?
The kernel is, in part, your own creation.
It's in someone's
cobbled
ass.
together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy.
But it's probably the truth. The virus may be starting to affect GW, which would explain the kernel's behavior.
It was all an illusion? Everything I've done.
Let's be fair, Ninja. If I didn't do it, you would have been surprised.
What's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of me. Not an illusion. Flesh and blood.
Huh?
It's your call. You can drop this if you want.
No, I can't do that.
Raiden, did you like my latex mask of the Colonel? Oh, god damn it. The good news is there's probably only like an hour left.
What? Rose is being held in the holds.
It's
What
a trap.
holds?
Rose!
Raiden, get a grip.
Alright, thanks for joining us, Warhaven.
Trap.
You take care, buddy.
Doesn't exist. There's no way he can take Rose.
I'm glad you've
you're
become
right.
pretty interested in Metal Gear Solid.
Does Rose exist?
Snake!
Weird.
Did you like my
What if I've never really
fetish
met her?
gear?
What?
If the Colonel is something that I partly dreamt up, then everything I remember about her could be...
Don't jump to conclusions.
You
When I
and
get into
Archon are
Rose's
the
hole.
ones that say the Colonel never existed.
Raiden.
I've heard the best thing about Rose is that she's got a great personality. She's rich. And she's got huge tracts of land. Well, yeah, I hope you enjoy them, Warhaven. Like, the Metal Gear Solid series is pretty good. And honestly, I just hope this hasn't spoiled too much for you. Yeah, Rose is hot in MGS4 a little bit, but in this, nah. Oh no! Ninjas! My greatest enemy. Well, we'll be streaming again tomorrow, Warhaven, with the Sonic Adventure 2 Dark Side story, if you want to catch that. But, like, thanks for joining us, dude. You've been a good chatter. Appreciate you being here. It's good stuff, man. But they don't have big noses and feathers, Star. You can't lie to me, I know what a Tengu is. Take care, Warhaven. That's not true, Ninja. Liars always prosper. Yeah, I'll let that slide, Star. We'll call it your first offence. Fortunately, this isn't the US with the 3-strike system, so you don't have to worry about multiple offences. Well, looks like the fishing was mailed again. No, I know it was a joke, man. Not overly bothered. Honestly, I actually missed that. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't said anything about it. Can you block the grenade launcher? Block this with a sword, dickweed. Ninjas on thin ice. What happens when you try to block a grenade with a sword? Oh look, she ditched the coat.
Fortune. It's been a long wait, Solid Snake. The root of all my sorrows.
What?
2 years ago, you killed my father. That was the beginning of hell for us. Everyone I love has been taken.
Well, you feel like Solidus should have some kind of helmet. It's weird that his face is exposed like that.
The only thing we live for is to see it end. Our wait is almost over.
You can't be serious about firing the nuke.
Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can.
That is the stupidest fucking shit.
Damn! Looks like I'm today's pick. You go on ahead.
But she can't take the two of us if we go in opposite directions. You distract her, I'll run up and punch her in the face. She can't deflect a punch to the face.
What are you gonna do? Bullets can't get near her.
I'll think of something. There's no such thing as a witch.
You think you can kill me?
I don't know what your group's been through, but let's get one thing clear. I didn't kill your father.
Do you think anyone believes your lies?
Laughing Octopus was the quoteless beast. She was the most enjoyable boss fight. Like, the rest of them were just kind of disappointing. And God, I hated fighting screaming mantids. Yeah, well, Wolf was more interesting than Raven, at least. Like, I despised Mantis for how irritating that fight was. Raven was just kind of dull.
How you fight. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to kill in the old days. Or is it one of the S3 plan's proud achievements?
What are you talking about?
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW.
I don't know.
Not a bad idea, though.
Chicken.
Using fire to fight fire.
Well, she's the one with
perfect
wings.
Assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect.
Well, as long as you don't let him hug you, Ninja
The result is
Star.
the Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you
It's
know?
been like I only did MGS
I'm sorry
for
to see you
once,
reduced to
so I
one
don't
of the
remember what
Patriots'
the
puppets.
specific
But I've made use
B&B
of
members
you,
look like.
and their plan too. Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival. It was obvious the Patriots were among
I think
my
Raging
ranks.
Raven was a
I had to
brunette or
smoke out
black
the
hair.
agent before the mission
That's
entered
like all
the
I
final
remember.
phase. You came in handy as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute, split between life and death. You ran from it, and now you've been led back to war by something less than real.
I just don't remember him.
No more games, Jack. At least you know. There's no reason to keep you alive now. I've given you a worthy opponent, at least.
Anybody want to do Rules of Nature?
You should die as the little Jackie boy
I don't have a weakness for a
once
particular kind of hair. Long, short, color-wise. The time has come to an end. This is what nature planned. Come and join me on the dance floor, pretty boys. You're asking me to narrow down who had the ponytail that you really liked, Ninja? Come on, somebody come and join me. Come on. I think the canon is Raiden takes out like 25 Metal Gears or something. I don't know. Come on. There we go. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. Solidus isn't part of Dead Cell, though, is he? There we go. Split the difference. Gotta love how much faster the Stinger fires in this game. Yeah, I'm thinking of that earlier. There was a cutscene earlier that popped up. Fuck, I didn't have the rations equipped.
Raiden, respond. Raiden!
Like, there was a cutscene that popped up that had George Sears listed as a member of Dead Cell. And I specifically noted it because they spelt George wrong. It said Gorge Sears. Yeah, seriously, it said Gorge Sears. It wasn't even a quick thing that popped up on screen. It was there for a while. It was crazy. You kidding me? I wasn't ducked. So mad and did all this because somebody called him Gorge once. What does it matter, Gorge? It's not your real name anyway. David Eli Gorge. Oh, that worked. Let me just put the rations back on. Okay. You know what? You're gonna play it like that? I'm gonna fuck you off. Yeah, there's a ration in the middle. God damn it. Get out of here, right? Yeah, I was wearing the body armor. The main issue really is when I get that low down, The reason I died the first time was because I was wearing the body armor instead of having a ration equipped. And I didn't realize I hadn't equipped a ration. Where is it? There it is. Oh, hello. Down my face. No, I understand, Star. The main thing to just be aware of is I'm gonna do this better than Ali because I've done this way more than Ali. As a result, though, I'm not really gonna brag about it because I've done this way more. You dick. Yeah, and then you lose the rhythm and it becomes a pain again. Oh, come on. The big problem with Extreme is not just the number to make you fight, it's how long each of them takes to take down. To be fair, Ninja, neither have I. How many do I have to take out on normal? Is it 8? We get this going, then there's like a 45-minute cutscene that I can use to just relax. Damn it. So here's a fun thing I've learned during this playthrough. You can shoot the missile before you lock onto anything. And then after the lock-on, like after you fire it, if you lock on after you fire it, it'll go towards what you've locked onto. Yeah, the arsenal crashing. Ugh. Like, that whole sequence, it's kind of a shame that we never really got a remastered version of Metal Gear Solid 2, specifically with all the stuff that was cut out. Yeah, and it ends up on Ellis Island, doesn't it? Like, the Statue of Liberty specifically gets moved.
So you decided to show
Oh, don't do this! They'll know! I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
Get away to where?
This is suicide!
Oh, you know what they say, Raiden?
Machines, they're
Suicide is
transmitting
painless.
vital signs to the
Brings on many
Patriots.
changes.
If you die, my child dies. You understand?
The child.
I see. So that's why you sold your troops out to me. So many dead, and they all died trusting you! Weren't they your comrades?
No, not just comrades. Family.
I think the big problem with, like,
but at least my child.
the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 is a lot of it makes no sense, and it's way too meta for its own good.
I'll be happy to accommodate you. See you in hell!
Remember how Olga was the ninja? And was capable of apparently blocking bullets with a sword? Yeah, I think like a big part of the problem is Metal Gear Solid 2's ending is too meta for its own good.
Live. You have to.
Olga.
Well, she really didn't save me from Metal Gear. F's in the chat, boys. F's in the chat.
Enjoy the show, Jack. Let's
It's
pick
no
up where
good.
we left off.
I can't do it.
What's going on? What's wrong with
Yeah, like, MGS2's ending is way too meta for its own good.
What?
And as a result, it kind of doesn't have any real story clarification. Because it becomes less about wrapping up a story, more about making a statement. The funny thing is, though, with this, it suggests that if Raiden had just kept moving for like another minute, Olga would have been able to survive.
I don't know.
Ocelot, what have you been up to?
It's too late. Arsenal system control is going haywire. It's on an emergency ascent course.
Like, if Raiden had ran around for another minute, the Rays would have gone insane on their own without Olga having to reveal herself, and Olga would have survived. What is he loaded that gun with that it can just shoot through a Metal Gear? This is why Rex was better. Just armor-piercing bullets. You could shoot Rex with armor-piercing and wouldn't do enough.
Damn the Patriots!
What piercing? So why has Raiden just given up now?
You still have some use.
Like, oh no, Olga's dead. Maybe do something then, Raiden. Yeah, my love of the P90 basically began with this game. He should have got his second win star.
Bring him in.
Were Raiden's eyes supposed to be open like that?
Are you awake yet, Jack? GW, the Arsenal AI
Hey, Snake.
is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you.
think it's weird that in 2 years they never scrubbed the marine markings off the original Ray.
I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son.
Oh shit. That went down fast. God damn it.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
Yeah, Ocelot. Yeah, I don't remember the meter going down that fast.
That's not your business.
Oh, really? It so happens I have some business of my own to attend to.
Yeah, the P90 is interesting. I love its design. Its form factor is unlike any other gun.
Weren't you?
Who talked? Ocelot?
Look at Snake, he'll give you confidence.
Not exactly. I was the one who used
He'll inspire me to truly make my Snake solid.
What?
And then I'll be able to fight Solidus off with my strength boner.
Why the uncharacteristic generosity?
I'm no philanthropist. Arsenal is far from impregnable. It needs other Metal Gears as guards, a huge payload of warheads, and full air, sea, and land support to function efficiently. Against a large attack force without support, Arsenal is nothing more than a gigantic coffin. Seizing Arsenal gear was never the real objective.
Well, don't forget that the strength boner is one of the earlier quotes.
A list
Where
of
is it?
names of the Patriots. They were planning to extend their control to digital information flow with GW and Arsenal. That means the information they want to filter out is contained in GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots Wiseman's Committee.
And once you knew who they were, you would cross out their names one by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their fire.
Very good.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a
Where is the
snag
strength
with
boner
GW
quote?
destroyed, hasn't it?
No, there is another way.
Really?
There it is, it's number 11.
But we have our own plans to carry out. We'll take the arsenal since you don't care for it anyway. The purified hydrogen bomb is ready to go.
A nuclear strike won't stop them.
It will damage their power
Pros in
source.
handcuffs.
The mindless masses that they control.
I'll be honest with you, Clem, I don't remember where strength boner came from either.
Of course.
I remember that when this quote happened,
I won't stop you.
it wasn't original. Like strength boner didn't happen there. It was a reference to a previous stream where we'd come up with the idea of the strength boner.
What exactly do you find so funny?
It'll be in the live stream archive on the YouTube channel somewhere, but like you'd have to go through a lot to find it.
I wouldn't have minded watching some more of it, but we're running a little short on time.
And now Ocelot reveals his true colours.
Everything you've done here has been scripted. A little exercise set up by us.
I don't even remember, honestly. The circumstances of the creation of the strength boner completely elude me.
Conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. That's what I told you. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. You think this little terrorist incident is your own doing, Solidus? This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
What?
Ames and the President's deaths. The ninja. The computer virus that mimics Fox Die. Did you really?
Yeah, this is all a little too much, and again, the game just becomes too meta for
Ames'
this.
own nanomachines were used to shut down his pacemaker.
That's a good idea. That's a good example of why you shouldn't get nanomachines then.
The ninja as well. As for the president, although Johnson realized what was going on, he played out his allotted part. As for the computer virus, it's a digital counterpart of Fox Die. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots from GW. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus. Fat Man was a different story. He's one of our own people. A sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper.
What?
We had to arrange for Stillman's presence to coax the maniac into agreeing.
Again, like, all of this just doesn't
If the boy had
work.
allowed the big shell to be destroyed, this exercise would have ended there. The project has no room for failures.
What do you mean?
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience.
Ninja, it was you?
An instant creation.
You were
of
behind
genius.
all of this?
And this training kernel will provide more than enough data to formulate such a program. You, Dead Cell, Olga, you're all nothing but pawns placed to
monster.
create the perfect simulation. Solidus, you and the boy were selected because your relationship resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss.
You know,
Fortune, you and the rest
kinda
of Dead
did.
Cell stand in for the Foxhound squad that Snake took on in Shadow Moses.
Kinda did.
You're the most impressive collection of freaks outside of Foxhound. We've gone to a lot of trouble to set you up against the boy. That story about purified hydrogen bombs is just the tip of the iceberg. The project was already underway when I sunk that tanker, along with your old man 2 years ago. Throwing your husband in the brig was a part of it too. You were told that the eradication of Dead Cell 6 months ago was an act of the Patriots. We provoked and encouraged your hatred. And you opted for vengeance, just as we planned.
All orchestrated?
Except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake. I wonder now who sent for you.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project?
He can make the bullets go where he wants.
How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
What?
Do you know why no
Liam's
bullet
got it.
could hit you? It wasn't magic.
Hey, John.
Or some new age mumbo jumbo.
You finish your stream?
It wasn't your psychic talents. It was all staged by the Patriots.
Staged?
You were being shielded by the electromagnetic weapons technology that the Patriots developed. Your Dead Cell comrades loved your father and husband. We needed a pathetic wretch like
your
you
Dead Cell comrades
to
loved your
keep
father
them
and husband.
focused.
Vamp literally loved your father.
All along, just
It was
like
kind of weird that he was like your best friend while he was also fucking your dad. While your dad was also
as the
married.
tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you.
I don't really get why none of you had a problem with that.
Absorbed in your own misfortune, you couldn't get enough of the drama.
I could have died whenever I wanted to.
Thought I got her in the heart.
It's a weird thing, like... Seriously.
Now I remember. Your heart's
No,
on the
Fortune's mother killed herself, and that caused Fortune, who was pregnant at the time, to have a miscarriage.
Metal, my dear, but your luck's run out. This is the little gizmo. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural. Only cutting-edge technology.
Oh yeah, no. Hey, cool. This little gizmo allows me to basically make bullets weave around me. And so, at no point does Solidus decide to just go up there and grab Ocelot with his tentacle. Scott Dolph, did you toss salad? Do you know what to do with those tossed salad and scrambled eggs? They're calling again.
Now that I have enough data, all I have to do is retrieve Arsenal and clean up the refuse from the exercise.
Just try.
Can you little electronic gizmo make swords weave around you? Thanks for joining us, Santa. You take care, buddy.
How's this then?
It's fucking Russian.
Damn.
Also, like, this is the only time it comes up that Fortune has that thing where your organs are reversed.
Fortune!
You idiot! Get the hell away from there!
Yes, somehow flew behind Snake's back and hit his handcuff.
Die!
This is probably overkill.
What the? Impossible!
She is Lady Luck.
Okay.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier. I can see my family again.
Damn!
I'd love it if that was explained at all.
Try this instead.
You ask your dad why he was cheating on your mother with him. Or was it like a polyamorous relationship?
No! No, not now!
Well, that's one of the things that MGS4 doesn't get to explain away with nanomachines. Here we go. It's so weird to see Ray standing upright like that.
Liquid!
I've been waiting for this!
Look terrible.
It can't be.
I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the right time to awaken.
I feel like, okay, Liquid being inside the arm is stupid, MGS4 retconning it is stupider.
Yes, a sleeper in the arm of a Patriot spy.
It was you 2 years ago?
Exactly. I was controlling him. Snake, it was I that leaked information about Arsenal to your partner and got you out here.
What?
Please help me, Ocelot is right-handed.
After all...
I can't help. I can't deal with any more alone time. Yeah, they should have worked with it. They should have just leaned into it.
Patriots for good.
You know where they are? How?
Why do you think I chose Ocelot as my host? But before I go, I have a family matter to settle with both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss.
Started, the fucking raid alert started looping. Rebel, how you doing? Coming in with a party at 12, goddamn.
Time to say goodbye.
That's gonna push us up to like the highest viewer count we've ever had.
Damn.
How'd your stream go, Rebel?
Like surfing, it's a good way to go.
Playing all of, like, we've been going through. I made the stupid decision to do all of the plant section in one stream. We're now 7 hours in.
Liquid, stop this thing.
Hey, Snake, you coming?
Arrow, how you doing, Arrow? Yeah, you always get a good crowd. Oh, when did Arsenal start moving? Cake. Cake! Mecha Gear Solid. We're coming up on the climax. We've still got like another half hour of this left though, thanks to cutscenes. Okay. Don't know why that caused the game to stutter. And then, because of the 9/11 attacks, they cut out a significant portion of Arsenal crashing into New York. And so all of a sudden, we go from the Hudson River to Federal Hall. Which is a considerable amount of distance inland. Like inland on Manhattan Island. Not by the coast.
Federal Hall.
Yeah, they specifically cut a bunch of it out because of 9/11.
What are you laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
Oh, for fuck's sake, don't you start.
April 30th?
That's right.
Is that a specific version of the game, or do you mean the document of MGS2, Arrow?
And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence. The dawn of a new nation. Here. The end of the Patriots' secret rule. Liberation of
After we're done, I need to do a specific something to get a trophy. Achievement.
This is where freedom could
It's stupid, but I think you guys will appreciate it.
All you want is power at any cost.
Really? It's in the original PS2 MGS2?
It's not power I want.
Because I've never seen that.
What I wanted to
Chances
take
are, by
back
the
from
time it came out in
Patriots are
Europe,
things
they
like
removed
freedom,
it.
Civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship. Jack, listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date.
Well, yeah, we don't live forever.
Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation.
That's interesting, I'll have to look into that.
The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs.
That means it
no
wouldn't be on
legacy.
substance, it would have to be the original
We
version,
brothers are
Sons of
called
Liberty.
Les Enfants Terribles. Cloned from our
I
father.
have to look into
with the
that. That
ability
is
to
actually pretty
reproduce
interesting. I wasn't aware of that era.
engineered out. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch? Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort.
Probably is on the
torch
document of
passed on from
MGS2.
parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well. All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history. But the Patriots would deny us
It's
even
interesting. I
that.
will have to look into that because I don't think I've ever seen it.
Triumph over the Patriots and liberate us all, and we will become the Sons of Liberty.
Here we go, the last big codec
Right.
conversation.
Are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
We're actually
For the past
aliens
200
from
years, a
ancient
kind of
times.
Consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House.
We're ancient
It's not
aliens.
unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution.
What are you talking about?
We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap. If you're
I feel
immortal,
like if
why
you're an
would you take
AI,
away individual
even
freedoms
at
and
the turn of the
censor net?
century,
Jack,
and you exist as an AI, like you've got to exist outside of just one country.
Not ours in mind.
What?
Jack.
I'm a
listen
robot.
carefully, like a
Look
good
at those
boy.
dead eyes.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to
All
us.
naked.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small
Okay.
percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
Well, yeah, you can't
That's what
pass down
history
everything.
is,
There's
Jack.
literally
But in
too
the
much
current
information.
digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved.
And when it comes
always
down to it,
triteless,
shame plays a
never
large factor in
fading,
what you pass on.
always accessible.
You're not going to pass on what you're
Rumors about
ashamed
petty
of.
issues, misinterpretations,
And then you factor
slander.
in the usual
All
case of
this
history
junk
being written
data,
by the winners.
preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an
Yeah, we should just pass on
It
nanomachines.
will only slow down social progress.
What if there's
reduce the rate
nanomachines
of
in the
evolution.
sperm?
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of sense.
Nanomachines in the
Are
eggs.
you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
You're
Create
ashamed a lot.
context.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
I wouldn't
Rights of
say
criminals are given
humanely.
more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start
When it
that
comes
only
down
a
to it,
few
my
can
motto
succeed.
in life is very simple. I live by the words of William S.
All rhetoric
Preston,
to avoid
Esquire.
conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truth
Probably are,
is
yeah.
run by different
It's probably the
interests,
entire point, but
continue to
again,
churn and accumulate
this
in the
serves no
sandbox of
purpose.
political correctness
It's a
and
lot of
value
hot air.
systems.
Everyone withdraws into their
What's
own
the
small gated
specific
community,
quote?
afraid of a larger forum.
A whirlwind
They
of
stay
sound and
inside their
fury
little
signifying
ponds,
nothing?
leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
It's a lot of words that in the end mean nothing for the story.
No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in
Pretty much, Arrow.
genetics,
Pretty much.
unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate.
I finished my snacks, Ninja. I finished them very early on.
To decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but 4 deliberately retcons a lot of stuff, Star. And it's the awkward thing, like, it feels like 4 answers a lot of the questions, but then you go back to this after playing 4 and you
I'll
realise,
decide for myself what to believe
no,
and
4
what to
retconned a
pass
lot of
on.
shit and didn't answer most of it.
Or something Snake told you.
That's the proof of your incompetence right there.
I'm very disappointed in you, Ninja.
To exercise
I don't know if I can even look at you right now.
I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently
Did it,
borrowed
Arrow?
under the logic that would
I mean, we're
endow
gonna
you
get
with
to
some sense
MGS4
of
at some point.
strength.
Again.
Is it? Would you prefer that
But I
someone
remember
else
going
tell
through
you?
MGS4 and feeling pretty
Explain it
satisfied with it, and then going through this again
You're
afterwards and
simply
being
the
like,
best.
but wait, a lot
And
of
you
this
got
wasn't
there
answered.
all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost?
You can turn your monitor off if you want, Ninja, as long as you're still typing.
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you
This was
simply
an
resort
AI.
to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant
It is an
the
AI.
so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
Should
You've
someone
done
like
nothing but
you?
abuse your freedom?
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age
I respect
of
your commitments to the illusion,
has
Ninja.
given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
But
You want to control human thought, human behavior?
Of course.
Yeah, we've come up to like an hour and 45 minutes of codec conversation
That's
so
what this
far.
exercise was designed to prove.
You fell in love with me just as you were meant to, after all. Isn't that right, Jack?
Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least.
Let's be fair, it is
You rule
actually
an entire
incredibly
nation.
easy to
Of
manipulate
what
somebody
interest would a
into
single
falling in love.
soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
It's
The S3
stupidly
plan
easy
does
and
not
it's
stand
not
for
something
solid snake
really to
simulation.
brag about with
What
just
it
how
does
simple it
stand
is.
for selection for societal sanity. The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness.
By making you play
S3
Metal Gear
is not
Solid
you
1
as
over
soldier
and
trained
over,
in
we
the
will
image of
control your
Solid Snake.
consciousness.
It is a method, a protocol that creates
Oh yeah,
a
no, I'm
circumstance
not going
that
to
makes
disagree
you
with
what
that.
you are.
MGS4 is
So
so
you're saying
long
we're the S3,
with its cutscenes.
not you.
What you experienced was the final test of its effectiveness.
That's crazy.
You heard what President Johnson said.
The Arsenal's GW system is the key to their supremacy.
The objective of this exercise was to establish such a method.
How?
We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm for the exercise.
What?
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
No, contemporary is more interesting to me because it's less common.
That backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis.
It's a good question. Like, why is Solidus just stood there waiting for us like this?
It would be ready for any contingency. And now we have our proof. Raiden, there are also reasons behind your selection. Solidus raised plenty of other child soldiers. Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past.
Just eating popcorn.
All the others remember what they
Just looking at
were
those
and
expressions
think
on
what they
Raiden's face as it slowly breaks down.
Back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like. See only the things you like, and for yourself alone.
Yes, Rose can attest to that.
You refused to see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. You
Let him
pretended
get
to be
educated.
understanding, to be a gentleman.
He's a good father
You never
taking
made a
his son to
conscious
school.
attempt to reach out to me. The only time you did was when I gave you no choice but to do so.
I was just trying not to.
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all
Punched
that you
over,
did.
drooling, just in
It
the
occurred
fetal
to you to
position
do
on the
nothing
ground,
but look
like.
out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
Exactly right. So you
I've said it before, I'll say it again. My
you're
biggest
a
problem with
perfect
MGS2 is
representative
how
of the
much of it is
masses you
codec
need to
conversations.
protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything.
Just desperately holding on to Ray's tail.
The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW is still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results.
What results?
I think that's enough talk. It's time for the final exercise.
Yeah, the Emma's voice bit with
Take
the
Solidus
static
down.
over it
Think
is kind of
I'm
creepy.
through doing what I'm told.
Oh, really? Aren't you forgetting something?
If you die, my child dies.
The termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child. Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way.
Rose, does she actually exist?
Of course I do, Jack. You have to believe me.
Damn!
It will be a fight to the death.
Solidus at least wants you dead.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus?
Yeah, let's call me
Patriot's
that.
creation? Or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
Terrorists take over was the test.
Jack. My
Jack
son.
the stripper.
My clone brothers and I are called monsters, replicates of evil genes. You are one of a kind, but still a monster, shaped by a dark and secret history.
They do talk
We
a
need
lot.
to decide which monstrosity will have the privilege of survival.
Why is Solidus going along with this,
By the
though?
way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents.
Okay.
I claimed you for my own and raised you as a soldier in the army of the devil. I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating
That
history,
doesn't make
Jack.
sense.
Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop.
Liquid and Solid didn't hunt down Big Boss. Snake worked for Big Boss. It's that he became the obstacle he had to overcome to accomplish his mission. It wasn't something Snake sought out, you fucking idiot.
I have other reasons for wanting you dead. The clues to the Patriots inside GW have been erased, but there are other traces. Inside you.
How are the traces inside me?
The information is being carried by the nanomachines in your cerebral cortex, and throughout the neural network they formed.
That's the thing, like, the nuke situation of, like, the bombers being sent to Shadow Moses and MGS-1 is kind of weird. Because, like, it's explicitly attributed to Jim Houseman, the Secretary of Defense. And the Colonel says that he was able to get in touch with the President, and the President called it off.
What's wrong with you?
Which is particularly weird.
Is that the best?
I feel like the game really should have given you more than like 5 minutes to learn how to use the sword before throwing you into a boss fight with it. Then again, it's not like it's difficult, but
Is that the best you could do?
I feel like any game that maps attacks to the right analog stick is stupid. No, I stopped that after we had to kill the dudes during the sniper section. Because I didn't have the PSG-1T. So I was like, oh well, I gotta kill those dudes. So at that point it was like, well, I'm gonna kill everybody now. And then I killed everybody. It's true, I was a killer all along. Yeah, but you don't get much of a chance to really get used to it. It's like, here, mess around with the sword for a while, and then you're in, like, the longest combat sequence in the game.
Is that the best you can do? What's wrong with you?
Come on. What's wrong with you, Ninja? It's been a long day and my girlfriend won't stop harassing me about what day it is tomorrow. Or today, I guess. It's also really not that easy to keep aiming in the right direction with the sword. Yeah, I always forget that you can do that. I did it earlier, and then never did it again.
What's wrong with you?
I don't think I'm gonna do that again.
Good work, Jack.
Phase 2.
This is where it gets interesting.
They really are kind of odd. If they just mapped the sword to buttons, it probably wouldn't be so bad. If anything, I feel like the fight actually gets easier after Solidus takes off his tentacles.
Is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do?
God damn it. Okay, just let me do the full combo. Okay, he won't do the full combo. The game really needs some kind of lock-on system for dealing with the melee combo. It seems to be the big trouble I'm having here, of actually staying in a position where I can attack Solidus.
Let's go.
Or like continuing to point in the right direction. Like that. Why did I not have trouble with this when I was younger?
Is that the best you can do? Let's go.
Come on.
Let's go.
If I die to this, I'm going to be so unhappy. Because it's not supposed to be a difficult fight. Aim in the right freaking direction, come on.
What's wrong with you? Ready to give up, Jack?
Swear to fucking God if I die here.
God damn it.
This is a bad way to end the stream. The camera twisting like that doesn't help the accuracy of the aim. Alright, let go of the analog stick when I'm attacking, maybe.
What's wrong with you?
No, because he still goes in whatever direction he wants.
Let's go.
Really didn't need this after such a big raid as well. All these new people coming in to find that I'm actually terrible at video games. I was like, am I terrible at video games or are these just bad mechanics? Okay, I complained about the melee fights in MGS1. Why shouldn't I complain about the sword fighting in... Why you go in that direction, you twat? I complain about the fist fight in MGS1. It's a bad mechanic that is pushed on you when it really shouldn't be.
Take this.
I would be better off doing this on boss rush with Snake. Because Snake doesn't get the sword. If you do boss rush with Snake when you get to this fight with Snake, all you have are your fists, and it's just a fist fight. But the fists also go in which direction you point them. Alright, come on. You're doing good there, solid as shit. What?
Is that the best?
That's right, Solidus. Guess what? I just remembered that I have a block button. Yeah, they're not good. It's the same thing with any game when they map. When they map combat onto the right analog stick. And so many games, like way too many games did that. Like, if you've ever played Blade 2, the movie tie-in game, it does that for some reason. Combat is mapped to the right analog stick. For no reason, it doesn't make it better. Why is the fight going so much better this time? I feel like I'm not doing anything different. Why did it go so much better that time? Found the block, but it only worked once though, Chansum. Death largely pissed me off because we were so close. We were like one hit away. Metal Gear Solid 2, folks. You mean because I cheated? I didn't cheat. I need to do that Yu-Gi-Oh stream. I've been saying for so long now that I should do a Yu-Gi-Oh stream, and I've still not gotten around to it. Still love this theme. I debated setting the camera up today, but like, there's not a good place to put the webcam on MGS2 because all four corners are used. MGS3 might not be so bad for that because I don't think the top right corner is used. See, now I really need to look into the original MGS2 era. The version I've got is Substance as well on PS2 now. Thanks, Ninja. Doing this for like the entire plan chapter was probably a bad idea.
No one quite knows who or what they are.
This is going to come out to like 8 hours.
And the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point.
I've never sat down and done plan chapter in one session before without skipping all the cutscenes.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as
yeah, I thought that was just like a last gasp.
Then,
like, not last words.
What am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave
I need
behind?
to look into this, like, if it's just the US version, or if, like, the Sons of Liberty release in the UK also had these scenes.
What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. The Patriots are a kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name.
Find the meaning behind the words.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you.
I don't know if I can.
That's a good
I know you
sentiment.
didn't have much in terms of choices.
Find the meaning behind the words.
But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them is your choice.
You mean start over?
Yeah, a clean slate, a new name, new memories. Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up to you.
Oh. I believe we started this like 8 hours ago.
By the way, what is that?
What, you've never seen a pair of dog tags before?
Dog tags.
Anyone you know?
This thing is hard to derive.
No, never heard the name
the
before.
meaning behind
I'll pick
written
my
text.
own name and my own life. I'll find something worth passing on.
And then Ryden was arrested for littering. Booty and thighs.
They taught me some good things too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word. Even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry. I'll find him. Count on it. As long as you keep yourself alive, he's safe.
I'll choose my own name. My own name will be Tits McGee.
Do you know where Liquid went?
I put a transmitter on his ray.
Did he head for the Patriots?
Yeah, but I have a feeling they gave Ocelot a bogus location to begin with.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. That's specifically why I wanted to pick a stupid name. Because my hope was that anybody who stuck around for long enough for us to end it would either have forgotten.
The one we gave you wasn't the real thing.
What?
Would either have forgotten what we put
is coded to
or
only a
didn't
specific
know.
part of GW,
And it'd be kind of funny.
Mainly the information about the Patriots' identity.
So the name we picked was Booty and Thighs.
Which means that there's a parameter coded in here that defines what that information is.
I get it. Analyze the code and you can probably find out where they operate. Count me in.
No,
Booty and Thighs,
you have
Ninja.
things to do first. And people you need to talk to.
What do you mean people I need to talk to? Yeah, I stole them from a random guard. It was a guard that was just called Booty and Thighs. Oh great, Rose is here. Yay. Oh, she looked terrible.
Snake?
Snake, don't leave me with her.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Can I ask you something?
Are you a real
Who am I
person?
really?
Are you really pregnant?
No.
Is that really your real hair color?
But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh.
How is your lip syncing just so bad? I could crush you.
See me for what I am, okay?
There's the whole thing where she's like, this isn't my real hair color or my real eye color. She comes back in MGS4 and it's the same hair and eye color. Now you gotta give her a power bomb, Ninja.
Do you remember this place?
Of course. This is where we first met. I remember now. Today is the day I met you.
Yeah, you know, asking me
That's
what
it.
day it is when I'm not in a high-stress situation actually works better than asking me when I'm in the middle of a mission. This is why I say we need to rework the Second Amendment so it's not the right to bear arms, it's the right to bear swords.
To the future.
What?
Specifically swords.
all living
We
things
replace
want
all
their
guns in
genes
the
to
US
live
with
on.
swords.
Are
We
you
basically
talking about
make
the
the
baby?
US into Highlander.
The genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't.
Everybody
written
gets
into
to
our
have a
DNA.
different kind of sword,
It's up to us to teach that.
and they have to learn how to wield it
What kind of things?
effectively.
About the environment, our ideas, our culture, poetry, compassion.
And the only way you're allowed to kill
joy.
somebody is to cut their head off.
We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a
But you have to do it in a place
proposal?
where nobody can see you. If
This
there are
is for
witnesses,
your
then you
ears.
get arrested.
Only.
But if we just find a body without a head, then it's fine. There can be only one. See, you like the idea, Chansum, until you realise, as a fencer, your blade isn't great for cutting heads off. I feel like if the sword you end up going with is a rapier, and you're up against somebody with like a broadsword, you kinda drew the short straw.
And the sky up above, and think, what am I made?
Paul Luther, that's who it is.
Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and pain?
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Am I filled
The Plant chapter.
with love
Rapier. Rapier. I think some people call it a rapier.
by myself on the streets below, and ask every child,
Thanks, Clem.
do you think tomorrow will bring some
Yeah, some people call it a rapier, some people call it a rapier. I've always heard it as rapier.
these will show? I
Olympic fencing.
can't say goodbye to
What's the difference between Olympic fencing and just fencing? Yeah, like you came in pretty late, didn't you? You came in during the vamp fight, and you still got to be here for like, what, 3 hours? God damn.
the darkness, there is no other way than the light leading.
Thanks, Zero. Writing down how it's pronounced has helped me learn how it's pronounced.
It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war. And
Oh no, I believe you. I believe you would have been here the 7 hours. You'll stick around for the whole thing, you're crazy. And I appreciate the support. Really do. Always there to keep me company whenever you can. Seriously, thanks everybody for joining me. Like, this would not have gone anywhere near as well without you guys. Right, so you can fence with different kinds of... Well, no, you could, because dueling with rapiers is basically a kind of fencing, isn't it? Hmm. I hope everybody enjoyed the plant chapter of MGS2. Probably going to be a little while before we start MGS3, and we're not going to do MGS3 in huge segments. Because MGS3 is long enough as it is. The idea of doing MGS3 in one sitting is absurd to me. Not for the stream. Slender double edge, usually with a handguard as well.
Why can each of us in the world
Well, dude, Ninja, if you just want a sword fight with first blood drawn from the torso, we can do that. Like, Die Another Day gets a lot of shit, but the sword fight is actually pretty cool, and it's a fairly unique action set piece in regards to the series. Like, in the context of the series. Oil and Saber. I feel like there's way too much focus put on Japanese swords in a lot of media these days. Like, a good long sword, I think, is underrated. Draw at Dawn. That one bit in The Simpsons where somebody gets offended on like a steamboat cruise, and everybody pulls out derringers and just starts shooting each other. Nobody dies or gets injured because the derringers are so small, and they're basically just shooting marbles. It's funny. Well, when I say longsword ninja, I mean like the class of sword, the longsword. Yeah, powerful weak. Well, they're not that weak. That's the joke. Yeah, but in general, Japanese swords are also meant for single cutting. Whereas something like a longsword or a broadsword, especially a broadsword, is made to cleave through armor. Like, the idea of a katana clashing against another katana just doesn't really work. Because they're not made for it. Artistically, fantastic pieces of work. And when properly used, very impressive. But compared to other swords, they're very niche. Like, very niche in the use, in what they can be used for. No, it wasn't, you are right. But I think, like, we talk about swords in the context of just swords. Like, we go back to Highlander, and Highlander had kind of a thing for the katana. Like, Ramirez used a katana, and then Connor McLeod used that katana. I think Duncan used a katana in the series. And they were up against various different kinds of swords. Like, a katana versus the kind of sword that the Kurgan used, cut right through it. Just smashed the thing. What I'm saying is we need to appreciate sword diversity. Or just melee weapon diversity. Don't even focus on swords. Start bringing in pole arms. Pole arms are cool. Get some more love for the pole arms. It's like 3 in the morning, I'm tired.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on.
I think it does a better job of reiterating its message than Metal Gear Solid 1 did.
We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Yeah, because I think like one of the main differences, you can't control your genes. There's no point in using genes to discuss who you are as a person.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disc.
But you can choose what to pass on.
Of course. It contains the personal data
Again,
of 12
choice becomes the main factor in the entire idea.
contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but...
But what?
It's always Manhattan.
All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
That was a fucking dumb cliffhanger. I remember finishing this and it was like, oh god, I can't wait for Metal Gear Solid 3 to really explain what any of that means. And then it didn't. Genome thing was about what, Arrow? Choice? Yeah, but like, that's the thing, like, you finish MGS2 and you're like, I can't wait for MGS3 to explain this. And then it's a prequel and has nothing to do with it. And it's like, oh great. I guess I have to wait for MGS4 to explain this now. If I was going to compare it to anything, it'd be like the season finale of the first season of South Park. Ends on a cliffhanger with them about to reveal who Cartman's father is. And like that's the end of the season. And season 2 comes back, and the first episode aired on April Fool's Day. And it's an entire episode of Terrence and Phillip. It doesn't explain anything about Cartman's father. You don't get that until the episode afterwards. And that's kind of what it is. Not what I was after. Yeah, but my point really is the like having to wait so long between 2 and 4. Yeah, the point of MGS1, it's Gene, Meme, Scene, and I forget what 4's supposed to be. So one last thing before we go. It's weird that this is even a thing, and you can only do it on 8 cutscenes. There's a reason I did this, Ninja. Yeah, you can only do this with like 8 cutscenes. one of the benefits of doing all the cutscenes in real time. Yeah, it's weird that you only get to do this with 8 cutscenes, like instead of like more or all of them, because every cutscene is in real time. That should have given me what I was after. Yeah, that should be right. Okay, so the end tally, bear in mind I missed some of the earlier cutscene, codec calls. We're gonna say like over 2 hours of codec calls in this game. Yeah, she was floating, the handcuffs weren't quite in the right position, the swords weren't in the right position. You're supposed to get an achievement for this. You specifically come into the casting theatre and replace Raiden with Rose and Solidus with Raiden, and you get a trophy for it for some reason. Gotcha, bitch. No, it wouldn't have been an extra hour, Ninja. An extra 20 minutes, maybe. 15. But, like, there's that much. You're looking at maybe... That's like a quarter of the gameplay. Quarter of the time. On codec. He's supposed to be saying something there, he's not just moving his mouth. I'll have to look into this, Arrow, because I don't think I've ever seen it. And I'm interested in seeing what it actually is. Break it up with your Rose. Oh, my battery's low. On my phone. Let's try this again. See if it'll work a second. Nah, fuck it, I don't care. What do we got? Snake from the bridge to the tanker. Snake watches soldiers landing. Snake meets Olga. Ocelot steals Ray. Vamp eliminates the seals. Fortune versus the seals. Like, look how much time is between these. Who do we got? Alright, we'll make this the last thing before we go.
has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications, and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points.
Olacon got tired of all the attention Snake was giving Meryl.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot?
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete.
Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
Well, nobody will notice him
Where I
peeing his
belong.
pants in
What
this
are you doing?
storm.
I have nowhere else to go.
This Meryl model is really interesting. It was made
There
for
is no choice to
substance.
make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying
Because
my
Meryl
child?
appears in one of the stories in Substance. And she has no original lines. Her voice lines, because she's a boss fight. And she replaces the Olga boss fight, and her lines are Olga. Tonight he'll prove it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
I'm the master of charades.
Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a
I said this at the time, but like, she's a soldier.
What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it.
It's like, oh yeah, no, you shoot women too. You're a soldier. You're here on the battlefield as a soldier. Don't try and use your gender to confuse things and make someone feel guilty for killing you as a soldier. It is a different model. I'm kind of surprised, like, did Twin Snakes come out before Substance?
Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
But I think part of the whole thing is that Twin Snake, like, MGS2 just looks better than Twin Snakes.
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Okay. What else do we got? Ooh, 4. You'd think, but there's also the case of, like, Konami and Kojima Productions back in the day were just better at making games than Silicon Knights. Silicon Knights was... When it comes down to it, Dennis Dyack was a terrible leader and was always encouraging his crew to procrastinate. Apparently, the only reason Eternal Darkness came out as well as it did was because Nintendo was very hands-on with the development. They were always there making sure shit was being worked on. Yeah, I've still got Twin Snakes. Did it last year, actually. Here's the thing, because like there's Snake MGS1 and Snake 98. Which means, like, is this the model and this is Snake recreated? Let's see that. See how that is. Shuffle the seals, because I don't really care. And let's have a middle-aged lady play Raiden. So, like, let's compare, because one of them has to be Snake from the PS1 MGS1. One of them has to be MGS1 Snake recreated. So let's see how MGS1 Snake recreated looks compared to Twin Snakes Snake.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
Yeah, the model quality isn't quite as good as Twin Snakes.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
And of course it looks like they just put MGS2 Snake's head on that model.
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
So yeah, so while you'll say that Meryl's model in this looks better than Twin Snakes, I'm gonna say Snake's model looks worse. What face, Snake?
A dud!
Today is another bad day.
Well, the Cyborg Ninja skin for Raiden was specifically added in Substance. It appears in the VR missions. It's one of Raiden's alternate costumes. It's the same place Tuxedo Snake comes from, and I think MGS1 Snake is in there as well. Snake just looks on as Raiden dies. Reminds me of Snake Eraser.
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Yeah, the MGS1 outfit looks like it has more padding than the MGS2 sneaking suit. Probably because he was in Alaska. And it had to keep him warm. And wasn't all about showing off his booty. Showing off just how dummy thick he is. Let's end on this, and we'll try it again, see if this will actually get the achievement this time. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for watching. We're gonna wrap this up now. I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. We had a bunch of chatters today. Slim, Ninja Star, Teak, Chansom, John, Arrow, Rebel for the raid. Honestly, super cool of you for the raid, dude. Thank you so much. Signer, join the chat. Thank you, Signer. I think that's everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with the conclusion of Sonic Adventure 2, as we do the Dark Side story and last story. The Betrayal of Love. Yeah, once again, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat, to Rebel for the raid, super cool of you. The raid meant we had more people today than we've ever had before. The numbers that I saw were, like, the highest number I saw was 19. That's the highest we've ever had. It was super cool. Yeah, it's just not giving me the... Is it because I'm not signed into Xbox Live? It said I was... I ended up being signed out. No, because I still got the achievement for completing the game. I don't even know. I got the achievement for completing the game. Yeah, once again, thank you to everybody who joined the stream. We're back tomorrow with Sonic Adventure 2, completing that. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the GameCube. As we do the Dark Side story to get like the other side of the story and see what Eggman, Shadow, and Rouge were up to. But in the meantime, once again, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. We got a bunch of people in here. Is there anybody live to raid? Teak is currently doing RE2, so while we've got people in here, I don't usually do raids, we're usually fairly small, but we've got the people in here, and I want to go and throw some Teak some love, so we go and throw Teak a raid. He's doing a Claire B run on RE2 make, it says. Handgun only, it says. Yeah. Thanks you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and we'll catch you next time. Take care, guys. Thanks for keeping me company for this stupidly long stream. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.